Phil. I was going to introduce you. I ran away. I had to change shirts. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Just now. Okay. So, once you get your thing, have a drink, loosen up. This is all lights.
Alright, Super Bowlers, welcome to week number 10 of the American Place Casino Summer Super Series. Thank you once again, as always, for coming and spending your Wednesday evenings with us here in the summer. We appreciate you guys coming out and having a good time with us. Also appreciate you guys if you don't mind the dust as we are continuing the remodeling phase here. We're getting pretty close to getting done. Come next week, this time it should look pretty much complete with all the room and bowling counter area and everything else that's going on. So, and for minding the dust while we continue that remodel phase that's going on. A couple quick housekeeping items. Just a reminder to everybody of the 13 events that we have this summer. If you are potentially eligible to be in that top 5, remember you need to have at least 7 of the events bowled in order to be eligible for the top 5 step ladder at the end of the season. If you have any questions as how many events you've had or how many you need, all that is up here at the bowling counter with the standing sheet and everything like that, all the attendance records, everything. And for those that are in the chase for that top 5, put on your calendar Sunday, September 13th. That is going to be the taping of the top 5 step ladder, because that'll be an episode of the Brew City Bowling Show, as we've done in past years. So again, if you're in the chase for the top 5, put that on your calendar now, Sunday, September 13th. Also, another quick reminder, if you have not yet used your double points and you would like to use your double points option, remember you get 1 time per season that you can double your points in the standings. Please let us know up here at the bowling counter prior to your first scoring ball being thrown, and we'll get that taken care of and recorded for you here up at the front desk. This is week 10 of 13. So we've got all the Wednesdays in August remaining, and then the final top 5 is that Sunday, September 13th. Alright, so for today's event, we are very proud to welcome in the CEO of DSAW, who is here. Her name is Dawn Newoffer. So Dawn is going to be here to share all things DSAW with us and talk with Phil. Have a great time in the booth tonight. We've had a really good partnership with DSAW over the years. I'm very proud to have Dawn here to share all that insight and have some fun with us. And a lot of what Dawn's going to talk about, we're going to have an education of what DSAW is all about. And that kind of ties into our pattern for tonight. And in the interest of education, I don't know how many people know exactly what Down syndrome is, but Down syndrome is when on that first cell division, there's a triplicate copy of the 21st chromosome for somebody, which is why March 21st is World Down Syndrome Day, which is 3/21. So the reason why I chose this pattern for today is because it has exactly a 3.21 to 1 ratio. It was one of 2 patterns I found that did that, and the other one didn't look very fun. This looks at least a little entertaining. So just a little bit of education, again, so people know like what is trisomy 21, what is DSAW, what is Down syndrome, all that stuff. Dawn is going to be with us here today, sharing some really fun insight on all that sort of stuff. So also tonight you have the option for mulligans once again. So if you bowl a frame and you don't like how that frame went, you can choose to re-bowl your most recently completed frame. If you choose that frame as the 10th frame, you must re-bowl all shots in that frame. So everybody gets 1 mulligan, and you can use that mulligan anytime you want, from frame number 1 of qualifying all the way to frame number 10 of the finals. You can use that mulligan at any time, so use that strategically however you would like. And also in the interest of having DSAW here and doing a fundraiser, you can purchase a second mulligan for $5, and again, those $5 all go straight to DSAW. So use those mulligans, raise your hand, let us know. Eric and I'll be running around with the clipboards. Let Robin know. Anybody who needs to use a mulligan, get a hold of us and let us know. But again, remember, it is your most recently completed frame only. You can't go back like 4 frames and redo ones. Keep that all in mind. If you have any questions, let us know. We'll be able to help you through. For the couple folks that are new here tonight, remember you switch lanes to the right for qualifying, so you skip to the right. So if you're on 1 and 2, you would go to 5 and 6, and then 9 and 10. Questions, ask us up here at the front desk, and we'll help you out. We'll get the lanes started for the 10 minutes of practice. So be sure to push those blue check marks, and then next, and then play, and that's going to get the practice going here tonight. Good luck, everyone. Let's have some fun, and great bowling.
And there we go with the announcements from Kevin Meyer. We are underway from Country Lanes Week 10 of this American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. The dust is settling here. The remodel almost done. I know most of you can't see it. Unless you look at the tables and such. All new furniture, all new flooring. That floor you see, we're walking on between the concourse and the back of the approach, all filled in with concrete. Nice and level. Great to help families, people with disabilities out. And we'll be talking to someone who does a lot of work with families of those that have Down syndrome, as Don Neuhofer from Down Syndrome Association of Wisconsin will be talking to us during Game 1 and Game 2. So talk a little bit about some of the programs that they offer from birth all the way through life. How to get expectant parents ready for their newborn with Down syndrome, all the way through healthcare. Yeah, all kinds of stuff. And of course, Down syndrome, a cause very near and dear to Kevin and Leanne Meyer's heart. Their daughter Leilani was lucky enough to get a high five from a little earlier today. Hey Leilani, if you're watching from home. Still a little jealous you got a bigger TV in your bedroom than I do, but that's a whole other story, Leilani. Leilani has Down syndrome and does a lot of fun stuff. Doesn't let her Down syndrome stop her, neither does her mom and dad. And with the help of associations like DSAW, as it's commonly known, Down Syndrome Association of Wisconsin, a lot of individuals with Down syndrome lead very healthy and productive lives. So underway with practice, about 7 minutes of practice remaining. We'll give you bowler introductions during the first half of Game 1, and we'll have Don Neuhofer in here the second half of Game 1 to talk about Down Syndrome Association of Wisconsin. And not only is tonight using a pretty neat lane pattern, and we'll talk about that after we're underway. It's also a mulligan night. Every $5 mulligan that's purchased, that money goes right into DSAW's funding. So we've got over 40 bowlers out here again this evening. And we'll be underway in just a few minutes. about 2 minutes remaining in practice, and we'll be underway with week 10. All right, last couple of seconds of practice for everyone, and we are going to be underway with Week 10 of the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. Once again, we want to thank American Place Casino for sponsoring us all summer long, as we're going to have our top 5 overall in the season points list come back and battle for $1,000 in prize money on our first Brew City Bowling Show episode of the season, scheduled in October. Roll-off will be September 13th. We'll remind everybody of that as we get closer to it, in case you want to come down and cheer on your favorite bowler while they try to take down that top prize. Let's give you your player introductions here on lanes 1 through 4. Once again, in no particular order. Somehow on A through D on lane 1, it'll be Ben Minnerly, Jack Deisland, Rob Kenny, Leighton Barlow in our top 4 last week, along with Emma Johnson on lane 2 with Jeff Anderson, David Brandt. Lane 3, Tim Lambert, Nick Kasoris, Greg Coleman, Sam Arizari. Lane 4, Chris Hoffman, Scott Wilterdink, and John Siemensen round out your lineup. Lane pattern for tonight is the 2026 Barb Crispin PWBA event title. Lane pattern, sorry. And the reason Kevin Meyer chose it tonight is because the ratio of the pattern is 3.21 to 1. In the middle of the lane to the outside. And Down syndrome has 3 copies of the 21st chromosome. So 3 to 1 is the reason why we're using that pattern tonight. It's 43 feet in length. And once again, our bowlers tonight, 3 games of qualifying before we cut to our top 18. All pinfall will be dropped from qualifying. Then those 18 bowlers will bowl 1 game, drop the pinfall in half, or cut the field in half, pardon me, down to 9. Top 9 scorers advance. And then those 9 bowlers bowl an additional game. And the top 4 scorers from that round of 9 advance into our top 4 finals. And once again, not just the cash, not just possession of the champion's belt for a week, but thanks to our friends at Holtz Motors, a champion's bucket full of car care products for the interior and exterior vehicle, full of Adams polishes. Over $200 in value thanks to our friends at Holtz Motors. Appreciate everything they do. And if you're looking to buy a new vehicle right now and you're looking in the pickup or SUV category, there are some great financing deals. I saw 0% financing on one of the models of the Silverado 1500. I saw 0% financing on the Traverse for 36 months. So yeah, there's some definite opportunities out there. If you're looking for a new SUV, new pickup, give them a call or stop by Holtz Motors in Ales Corners, or check out their website, holtzmotors.com. Just getting everyone introduced to our players on lanes 5 through 8. On lane 5, your scoreboard in no particular order: Brian Bremer, Kevin Blackman, Natalie Eddy, and Mike Kingstad. Looks like Eddie's going to be your bowler C on lane 5, your scoreboard, as she's stepping up for her second frame on lane 6. Scott Pergandy, Jaden Kenny, and Sam Medita Conchi, your FG and H on lane 6 on your scoreboard, and Jaden using double points tonight. So let's see if that pays off for him, as he's in a battle in not just the scratch division, but also the overall season-long standings as well. On lane 7, it's our only pair with 6 bowlers on it tonight. Oh no, we do have a 7. We do have an add-on. Late addition with Jill Zankowski. There you see Jill coming off after leaving the open frame. She's your bowler D. So Ian Kloss, Lori Exner, Dick Wilms, your A, B, and C. On lane 7 scoreboard, we know that Jill is your D. Lane 8, Gordon Croman, Will Pergandy, Ben Medina. Ben, last week's champion, looking to go back-to-back weeks. Your FG and H. On lane 8. Andrew, no drinks in the booth tonight. I actually have a trip to Ohio tomorrow. I'll be live streaming the PBA Kremer Roofing Classic this weekend from Community Lanes in Minster, Ohio. And then the next weekend, I'll be back in Ohio. I'll be back here for next Wednesday night, and then right back to Ohio. As the weekend of August 15th and 16th, I'll be streaming the $10,000 first place prize with the BowlerStore.com Classic presented by Moxie's Extra Pair. So a lot of PBA Tour stars are going to be at both of those events. And thanks to Bowl TV and the PBA, I'm going to be streaming those to to this channel, 10 on the Deck. So not on the PBA channel this time, but I'll be streaming those PBA regionals to my PBA page. Glad to be bringing all that great PBA action to you the next couple of weekends. Have any questions about tonight's event? Or once we talk to Don Newoffer? Any questions about the Down Syndrome Association of Wisconsin? Feel free to drop those in the chat on YouTube or in the comments on Facebook. Let's get over to our final players of the evening. Lanes 9 through 12. Zero chance for viewer giveaways during PBA events. I have very strict guidelines I need to stream by on that. So yeah, there will not be any giveaways, unfortunately. I wish I could give a few. That'd be kind of fun, but you get to watch for free. Usually PBA action, you got to pay to watch on Bowl TV. So it's a good service. I myself am a subscriber. I'm a PBA fan. I do watch it on chances I get. But, yeah, glad to be able to bring it to everybody for free this weekend. So 9 through 12. On lane 9, three-time champion this season, D'Artagnan Sellers trying to hold on to the number 1 spot in the overall season points list. Mike Donnelly, Domo Fordson, and Steve Belanda. Belanda, your bowler B. Yikes for Belanda. Takes 3 off the right. And for those of you that aren't familiar with Steve the Hammer Belanda's work, Steve is a writer for RotoWire, and he's given a special offer to anybody watching the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series live streams, because it's time to get ready for fantasy football. And the best place to get your fantasy football information, get ready for your draft, is at rotowire.com. Use code BULL30 and you'll get 30% off your RotoWire subscription. And there you see at RotoWire, there's Fantasy Football Assistant. You get, as a subscriber, you get to customize your advice, real-time notes on players while you draft, a draft plan creator to get ahead of time, unlock unlimited drafts, and adjustable and adaptable, as you see right there in the middle of your screen, to any format. So it's going to be sooner than later that fantasy football leagues are going to start making their drafts. Don't leave yourself uninformed. Don't leave yourself hanging. Get all the information. If you're in the guillotine leagues, Steve Belanda, an expert on guillotine leagues, and you'll see Steve do a lot of writing as well on bowling. They don't have a bowling tab on RotoWire, but if you search on the internet, just PBA RotoWire, you'll see Steve's articles come up. Yeah, but 30% off any RotoWire subscription. So even if you just do it for a couple of months during the beginning of fantasy football season, save yourself a few bucks. Use that BULL30 code once again. Pop that back up on your screen. BULL30, 30% off any RotoWire subscription. Hey, Steve, you didn't throw 3 and get 30% of the pins when I talked about RotoWire. Right when I was talking about it, you got 30% of the pins for the 30% discount. So we tied it all in together for you. At least Steve got the spare. But yeah, follow Steve on rotowire.com. Like I said, he's an expert in guillotine leagues and any type of league format you have for your fantasy football. RotoWire, great place to get that info. On lane 10, John Halaska, Hudson Napow, and Scott McDougall. 11 and 12 is Todd Drouillard, Alejandro Gallegos, Carson Kenny, Michael Smith, Steve Bequest, David Brown, and Riley Champion. All round out your field on 11 and 12. In case anybody cares, Count Fuller is in the building tonight. We didn't see you last week. You weren't here last week, were you? Just like dust in the wind, and he was gone.
That's a good song by Kansas.
That's a very good song by Kansas. One of my favorites. Absolutely. One of the, yeah, right. Point of no return. Another great Kansas song. Once again, 3.21 to 1 on the pair tonight. So scores, some of the higher average. I think this gives a little bit less of a disadvantage to the higher average players from house shots. 3 to 1 isn't atrocious if you're playing direct. If you're trying to swing it, from left to right, you might end up with something like we see here for Brian Bremer, as Brian got a 2 count on his first ball, took out the 6 and the 9, and has 6 and 9 in the 5th frame for his score. Makes the overcorrection. But still picks up the spare. Let's get back up to our bowlers here at 9 through 12. All right, now joining me in the booth is Don Newford from Down Syndrome Association, Wisconsin. It was a rainy weekend, unfortunately, for the golf and bowling outing here at Country Lanes this last Saturday, but still a good time was had. Thanks for coming in tonight and talking a little bit about what these fundraisers here at Country Lanes and obviously other fundraisers and other funding that you get for Down Syndrome Association Wisconsin, what it does to improve the lives of not just people with Down syndrome, but their families as well.
Yeah, thanks so much for having me.
Absolutely.
It's great to be here. What a fun environment, too.
Yeah, we're going to raise some money for DSAW tonight because bowlers have a chance to get mulligans. If they have a bad frame, they can take a mulligan. They get one for free. They can buy a second one, and that $5 is going to go right into Dawn's pocket. No, it's not going into Dawn's pocket, but it is going to DSAW along with the rest of the fundraising that they've done here over the past few months as well.
I would need all the mulligans.
That's why I'm in the booth and I'm not out
Yeah,
there bowling.
right.
So exactly. So Dawn, how long have you been with DSAW?
Yeah, well, I've been the executive director, now CEO. This is 11 and a half years for me, so quite a while now. But I've actually been involved with the organization since my daughter was born. She's 21 now, and we just started out with a family. I've always been in the non-for-profit space, though, running nonprofit organizations. So when they started looking for a new executive director, they approached me about applying for the position, and I had to really kind of reflect on it with my family, because at the time they were a much smaller organization, and it would be back to like helping a grassroots nonprofit really get its legs and grow and succeed. So it meant it would be a full family affair, but we did it, and we haven't looked back.
And taking a look at the DSAW website right now, there it says the statement on what DSAW does: creating awareness, expanding acceptance, providing assistance for people with Down syndrome and other disabilities. So it's not just you, I'm sure, mesh with all kinds of other organizations that help people with disabilities, mental and physical, I would assume?
Yeah, so we really got our start in our niche being very specific to Down syndrome. There's Down syndrome associations pretty much in every state across the country, and in fact all over the world. And they're used to, run small parent support groups, and the state used to have quite a few of them. But then even before me, my predecessors had the good idea to say, like, hey, let's create a chapter structure so that we can bring all these separate little parent support groups across Wisconsin, essentially little nonprofits, under one corporate umbrella, so that we could do things like advocate together, create programs and services, have that efficiency of scale and that messaging. And because, like, our friends with Down syndrome have friends that have autism, traumatic brain injury, cerebral palsy, we really wanted to, like, broaden our umbrella so that our programs and services could reach those without Down syndrome as well. So over the years, while we still have our niche, our foundation, our family support is largely based in Down syndrome. We have 8 Down syndrome awareness walks around the state. We have 8 chapters across the state of Wisconsin. We reach 6,500 of the, say, 8,000 people in our state that have a loved one with Down syndrome. In our, we also help people with disabilities get jobs and learn life enrichment skills. And in that space, we welcome in others with developmental disabilities, different developmental disabilities as well.
And it's not just for the individuals with Downs, it's for the families as well, because I'm sure when Kevin and Leanne, not to use them as an example here, but when they got the diagnosis for Leilani, I'm sure it was a little bit of a shock to them at first.
That's exactly right. And so we reach families from the moment they get their diagnosis, even if that's a prenatal diagnosis, all the way across their lifespan. So for those new families, we have what's called the Parents First Call program, and that means that in those moments that follow a diagnosis, when they're either getting a referral to us from, say, their genetic counselors or through the hospital system, or they're typing in Down syndrome, right, on the internet, we want the first voice they hear to be a message of congratulations, a message of hope, access to all the most up-to-date, accurate resources, those unbiased opinions, somebody that's walked in their shoes. So we hit them even before they have their baby with Down syndrome, and then we're serving them when they're little kids. We're hosting huge family events. So we do like more than 300 family and outreach events across Wisconsin in a given year.
Incredible.
And then we serve them all across their lifespan. So when they're 8 and they're looking for a camp for their kiddo, when they're 15 and they're looking for their first job, when they're 20 and they're thinking about living out in their own apartment in the community one day, right? And or when mom and dad's starting to think of what happens, at the end of my life, what's next, right? We want the Down Syndrome Association to be there across their entire lifespan.
So would they help place into assisted, I guess, would it be assisted living, that type of thing?
Yeah, no, so that's a really great question. So they, back in like 1990, even when you and I were, say, maybe in high school, life looked totally different. So in 1990, average life expectancy for a person with Down syndrome was only 28. You were probably still being told that they'd never read, they'd never write, they'd never move out of their family home. But right around that time is when they started putting like inclusion into the public schools. They started teaching people with Down syndrome, right? They started giving them adequate health care and raising the expectations. So today, you're going to see people with Down syndrome with all kinds of varying abilities, so that's important too, right? But we've got friends out there that are living in their own apartments, that are driving driving cars, that are getting married. So my daughter, she's 21. She lives in her own apartment in Greendale, Wisconsin with a couple of her besties. They have social social lives that rival the Kardashians, got multiple jobs out in the community, right? And they're just like a joy to their families. So while some will definitely need that assisted living, and you say assisted living, people are going to think seniors, but we'd call it supported housing, right, for like, say, the young ones.
Sure.
You're going to also have friends with Down syndrome that are out there living in their own apartments and have like supporters that come in and that might help them with their budgeting or their money management or their grocery shopping, but otherwise they're like thriving alone, doing their chores, right? Everything you and I do to be out there living.
I mean, showing my age now, I mean, when I was born in 1967, growing up that kind of, they pretty much sheltered
that's exactly
people with Down syndrome. The first thing I ever saw that involved someone with Down syndrome, and it wasn't an actor with Down syndrome, was an after-school special or a movie with Sean Cassidy. I don't know if you know the name Sean Cassidy. It was in the 70s sometimes. It was about this couple that had Down syndrome. The parents were fighting because they fell in love. You know, the two families fight. They didn't want them moving in together. Or, oh God, they can't have kids in that time. And it was the first time I had seen something like that. Is the word humanize someone with Down syndrome? Is that too much? I mean, it seemed they actually, because before that,
you never
it
saw
was always,
them at all.
you never saw it. So, like, the first time I was kind of like, wow, that kind of hit me back then was like, they're just like us.
Yeah, that's 100% right. There's they are humans, right? They just happen to have an extra copy of the 21st chromosome. But they have the same wants, needs, like desires, goals, aspirations that anybody does that we call, say, neurotypical. We don't even use that word normal versus, has Down syndrome anymore.
Okay.
But you're exactly right. So in the 60s, right, you probably never even met or saw somebody with Down syndrome. They were being put in an institution. The families were told to kind of like never talk about that loved one at all.
Right.
And it really wasn't until the late 80s and the 90s. So you think about how like recent that was that we even started that was that first generation of families that said, well, really Maria Shriver and the Kennedys were even closer to that with the advent of Special Olympics and like really starting to showcase people with special needs and bringing them into the communities and showing the like goals and that human side of people. But it wasn't until, like I said, the late 80s and early 90s where families started to say no, right? Our homes, our communities, the loving arms and the support that they're needed is right here at home. And that's when people with Down syndrome and other developmental disabilities really started to thrive.
Yeah, the first time helping out at a Special Olympics bowling event in the early 90s, it was fun. And we used to have TV shows back on Time Warner Cable Sports Channel back in the early 2000s, the aughts, I guess you could say, in the 2010s. And we did at River City Lanes. Shortly after they opened, we did a little feature on one of our bowling shows about the great Special Olympics program they have down there too. We had the bowlers bowling out there, and we talked a little bit with them and that type of thing. So it was, it's just like you and me.
Yeah, that's exactly right.
Sit down, have a conversation, and get to learn what they feel, what they want when they're out there bowling and they're high-fiving everybody and having a good. Don't be so many people, it seems like they're afraid.
I think it's more about us and not wanting to say something wrong, do something wrong, so we maybe shy away from like interacting. But those that do, it's usually like you transform the individual who is, because they're some of the greatest humans out there, right? They're not sitting there in judgment. They're not sitting there like tearing people down. They want, the best for all of us, their joys to their families and their communities. Yeah, Special Olympics is great. DSOP partners very closely with Special Olympics. As you can imagine, we have so much common interests.
Yeah. We had a young lady up here last year from Illinois, from the Rockford area, Dava Schaefer, and or Lauren Schaefer. Dava's her mom, and Dava's really worked since Lauren was a baby to have her whatever she wants to learn, whatever she wants to do. She goes to Rock Valley College. She's in the communications program there. We had her here last year. She was switching the show and changing graphics for me, and it takes a little patience, and hey, next thing you know, wow, you see the smile on somebody's face and stuff. It's like, this is fun.
Yeah, and they got it. They'll be thriving. They just had the first lawyer with Down syndrome is out there right now on your public feeds if you're looking for it. Every day, your first politicians, first business owners. You've got the first billionaire in Jonathan's Crazy Socks that's out there. They were a sponsor of the Pro Bowlers Association last year. Yeah, bowlers need crazy socks.
Right, and I think Country Lane still does a little something with John's Crazy Socks there too. And a young man that can just stand there and not be scared. I mean, so many people have stage fright, and he gets up in front of a crowd to speak, and he owns the room.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
It's cool to see. So.
That's right. So many friends are like that. I call them hams because once you give them the microphone, you're not getting it away anytime soon. We have DSAW's largest fundraiser as far as our golf outing goes next week, Wednesday, and we'll have self-advocate speakers up there, and they always want to yank the microphone away from me and then never give it back.
So we've talked a little bit about people that have Down syndrome. Let's talk a little bit more about the families, the fraternal support that you provide through DSAW so that families can kind of, I guess, learn from each other. I would really think would be the biggest thing for them is interact and learn from each other.
Yeah, that's right. So like I said, it really starts with that parents' first call journey, and then what will happen is they'll start looking for other families in their communities who also have a loved one with Down syndrome, and that's where our chapters come in. So here in southeastern Wisconsin, the chapter and I'm so glad you keep bringing up Kevin and Leanne, and the family here at Country Lanes, because they represent our southeastern Wisconsin chapter really strongly. So they've been involved now 5 years. They've raised almost $100,000, and that stays 100% local, as does all the fundraising that occurs in our chapters across Wisconsin. And it funds things like, for example, the awareness event. So being able to have a family picnic, being able to have a Halloween dance, a Valentine's dance, a holiday party where we're bringing in Santa and giving gifts to all the families. And that connection, that fabric, that tribe that we call it, is so important because, as you said, right, when you first get your diagnosis, you probably maybe have never experienced anybody else in your lifetime that had Down syndrome or a loved one with Down syndrome, and that's their first opportunity to really see what life's going to be like and how happy those families are, and create networks of support. So as you're navigating, say, life's challenges, you have a team, you have a tribe that's really there and in your corner to give you advice, to be there for you, to say what worked for them. And those friendships last a lifetime. So when I talk about my daughter and our experience, when I first had Abigail, it was postnatal, so had the baby, right, got the diagnosis, and you're scared. You don't know what to do. I never even interacted with somebody with Down syndrome before. I was 24 years old. I didn't know what life was going to be like, and the first thing I did was type in Down syndrome into the computer, and of course you're getting all the information, so including old, outdated information. But it took me 6 months. So I had a 6-month-old. I walked into the Down Syndrome Association of Wisconsin Family Picnic, and there I saw the happiest families you could ever imagine. People that were in their 20s, and they were thriving, and they were engaging us, and I was like, yep, I got this. We got this. This ain't gonna so I went from scared to hopeful and encouraged in the span of one afternoon at a family picnic, and that's exactly the role that DSAW plays for families across the state.
And as you just said, getting the information. I mean, I can't imagine a parent of somebody in the 60s or 70s trying to find anything out there nowadays where they can go to a resource website like you guys have that's always updated with here's the latest and greatest on what's going on. It's pretty incredible. So
that's right. Your message then would have been, I'm sorry, today it's congratulations, your life's going to be better than you know, and here's all the resources you need at the time you need it, right, and across your entire lifespan. So we do webinars, seminars, conferences, topics like potty training, IEPs, so individual education planning, right, transition planning. We'll have, so pretty much across any sort of housing, employment, life skills development, behavior. So whatever families are worried about, thinking about, special needs planning, trusts, end of life care, whatever it is across their lifespan, we want to make sure that we're there, we have the resources and support for them.
So we're going to take a little bit of a break here because the bowlers have to move. For those of you watching at home, the bowlers you see here at 9 and 10, they're going to skip down to lanes 1 and 2.
Okay.
11 and 12 goes to 3 and 4. We're going to keep talking to Dawn after player movement because you brought up the topic of aging and how the lifespan of someone with Down syndrome has just exponentially increased over the years. And I want to hear because, not only are people like us getting older every day, but some of the medical care that we can get now that we didn't get in the past. I can only imagine what you can tell me about what medical care has improved for people with Down syndrome
Yeah,
over there. So
great.
we'll talk about that when we get back into game 2. Dawn, thanks for sitting with us during the first game, and we'll be back with that second game in just a minute. Everybody.
Good, and maybe you can help me understand what's going on over here.
I'll give you a little update while we're out.
you.
All right, thanks, Dawn.
Okay.
There's a million jokes that cut that guy down.
All right, we got player movement coming around here. We got bowlers. They're heading down to 1 and 2. There's D'Artagnan Sellers. He's won a couple of weeks here. Actually, he's won 3 weeks here. The 10 weeks of the season. He's #1 on your season-long points list. And if he stays in that #1 spot, he's getting chased down by a couple other players, but if he stays in that #1 spot, he's guaranteed $500 on the opening episode of the Brew City Bowling Show this season, as that first episode will be the stepladder finals of the season roll-off for this American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. And then we'll get into our regular season for the Brew City Bowling Show. If you haven't already liked the Brew City Bowling Show on Facebook, make sure you do that, because we'll have updates as to what's going on with our season. Coming up, we'll make the full announcement just after Labor Day. We got to get some dates booked for taping with our bowling centers, our host centers. Again, once again, we thank all of our host centers over the last couple of years mean, think about all the places we visited. Obviously, here at Country Lanes, who can ever forget Sparkles the unicorn here at Country Lanes? Classic Lanes Greenfield, Root River Center, Foxview Lanes, Bobby Lanes. Yeah, we've had some fun times at a bunch of places. And every time we stop at Holler House, whether it's for our Grand Championships or that special Pro Shop Challenge event we had last year, always appreciate Kathy and Tom at Holler House taking care of us when we're there. Appreciate all our host proprietors. Of course, you got Kevin and Leanne Meyer here at Country Lanes, Gina Dereshevsky celebrating the 30th anniversary year of Classic Lanes Greenfield. You'll see all kinds of stuff on social media coming up soon. If you haven't already liked Classic Lanes Greenfield on Facebook, do it. Get all that information. Of course, Tammy Brissett over at Root River Center, the general manager there. Justin at Bobby Lanes, along with John and Sherry Ernst, the owners at Bobby Lanes. Foxview Lanes with Stephen Cassie Hanen. Yeah, we have had some good times on the Brew City Bowling Show, no doubt about it. Like I said, make sure you like the Brew City Bowling Show page so you can stay updated on everything for our third year / fourth season of the Brew City Bowling Show. If you missed any episodes, check them out anytime here on the Ten on the Deck YouTube channel if you're watching us on YouTube. Can't forget South Shore Bowl and Castle Lanes. Dan and Amy Gannott, great host for us there as well. And of course, with their taking ownership of Bayview Bowl, there's going to be some neat changes going on there. Maybe we'll be showing some of those off at that historic bowling center. No, just incredible. 3 bowling centers in Milwaukee that are over 100 years old. I mean, heck, 120 for Holler House, and they're still with us. Not sure about Landmark Lanes. I think Landmark Lanes was in the 30s or 40s. I have to check the date. So your bowlers at 1 and 2 moved down from 9 and 10 in the last game. We'll stick with them for a frame, and then we'll move it along here. We'll get over our bowlers on 5 through 8 momentarily. So Sellers, Donnelly, Fortson, Belanda, Halaska, Napow, and McDougal on 1 and 2. Juilliard, Gallegos, Kenny of the Carson variety, Smith, Bequest, Brown, and Champion on 3 and 4. John Halaska, boy, that man just doesn't stop. He's bowling a event in the Chicagoland area this weekend, 9-pin tap event, finished second with a big 830 series, he said. Just got snuck on in the last squad of the tournament. A couple hours of pickleball in the books already today for John. I love his attitude. I like to have fun. Fun knows no age. And as we talked to Don New for a little while ago, fun knows no limits. She talked about how all the DSAW picnics, DSAW get-togethers help families of those individuals with Down syndrome just have a good time. Be them. Be it, it will be. I think I have the Leilani Meyer quote right. Give us a minute. We're going to get Dawn Neufer back in here. And we'll talk a little bit more about Down Syndrome Awareness, Down Syndrome Association of Wisconsin. So here on lanes 5 through 8, bowlers that started on 1 through 4. Minnerly, Dyslin, Kenny, Barlow, Anderson, Johnson, and Brandt. On 5 and 6, 7 and 8. Lambert, Casares, Coleman, Irizarry, Huffman, Wilterdink, and Simonson. On 7 and 8. Here you see Wilterdink stepping up. Should get the cut score announcement or the eliminator announcement, give us a general idea as Wilterdink shreds the rack. He's one of those players in contention on the senior and scratch season-long points standings. And joining me back in the booth is Dawn Neufer from Down Syndrome Association of Wisconsin. And Dawn, we mentioned earlier, boy, just bad weather for the golf part, but a lot of fun was had. The bowling part was still held here for the Golf and Bowl that Country Lanes has every year. They do a big 9-pin tap fundraiser in May as well. And there's another big fundraiser coming up for anyone to participate in, because some people don't bowl, some people don't golf, but people can walk or roll, I guess, their way through the zoo no matter what, as the 30th annual statewide Down Syndrome Awareness Walk at the Milwaukee County Zoo. Why don't you tell us a little bit about it?
Yeah, thank you so much. We say you can walk, run, roll, stroll. We'll take it. You can even sleep in for a reason. We'll take you. It's our 30th anniversary of the Down Syndrome Awareness Walk in the state of Wisconsin. It's our biggest baddest special event of the year. We'll welcome like 2,500 at least families and participants out to the Milwaukee County Zoo on September 27th. It's always the fourth Sunday of the month every single year. The general public's welcome. You can just come the day of and register. You can register in advance. I think you're showing our website right now. Yeah, our goal is to raise, $195,000 before and on September 27th. We could use the entire community support. We have a huge family festival with bounce houses, face painting, games, like prizes, raffles, and then you get your ticket to the zoo and parking all day long included as well. So then we all launch together and walk, raise awareness for Down syndrome, and celebrate our friends with diverse abilities across the state. And we throw an amazing party, so everybody should come out.
I don't know if I'm going to be home that weekend on my schedule yet, but if I'm not home, I can still be a virtual walker, which is great because I can donate $21 through this application here, the registration form on the DSAW website. DSAW.org is the website.
If you go to DSAW.org, you can find up under the awareness walks or events, you'll find the awareness walks, and it'll take you to our QGive website, which is what you have up there. And yeah, you can be a virtual walker. You can just donate, like I said, and sleep in for a reason. If you are a virtual walker, you get a T-shirt mailed to you at your house, so you can be in Australia and still come and walk with us virtually and support the cause.
Starts at 10 a.m. with registration and family festival. I assume that would be in the parking lot?
Yeah, in the parking lot and also in like the picnic area. It's pretty great. You'd see all our T-shirts. Just imagine 2,500, 3,000 people all wearing the same T-shirt, partying, having a great day.
So there you go. You see all the details on the event schedule, how you can register as a virtual walker. Yes. They have that link right there.
Right up on top there, you see that secure at QGive.com events, ZWalk 2026. And to make it even easier, just go to DSAW.org and you'll find your way there for sure.
So, and if you can't make it in person, you can still participate. And there's more than one awareness walk across Wisconsin.
Yes, there sure is.
The day before up in Sheboygan, up at Harbor Point Mini Golf, a mini golf and walk fundraiser. That's a little something different.
Yes.
Because everybody loves anybody can mini
and
golf.
It's beautiful. It's right on Lake Michigan. It's gorgeous. So I'm sure you're reaching an audience that's more than just southeastern Wisconsin. Keep listening. We have them all over La Crosse, Appleton, Chippewa Valley, Madison. We're representing all across our state.
Yeah, all through the rest of all the way through September and October, all kinds of. If there's a weekend, there's a DSAW walk somewhere.
It's definitely that season for us. Like I say, from August until October, we'll have 8 major fundraisers, and all that money stays local to their community. So if you hit up the Appleton Walk, stays right there in Appleton for programs and services in the Fox Cities area.
So we were talking off air a little bit. I gave you a little reference of my wife's aunt is someone who has neurological issues, a bit different. She's done some work with St. Anne's in the past type of thing. And now I think I haven't seen Alice in a while. Sorry, Alice. It's been busy. But I know she's in her late 60s.
Sure.
I mean, and one thing that everybody gets concerned with is the cost of medical care.
Sure.
You mentioned earlier the lifespan of people with Down syndrome has gone from the 28 years old in the 70s to the 60s and 70s.
Yeah.
Now, what does DSAW do to help families plan for that medical care? Because as much as we like to think that it would be great to have medical care covered for everybody, it's not. So what can DSAW do to assist these families?
Yeah, that's a great question. Well, we get them started early, right? So we're going to try to start them when their kiddo is still in high school, thinking about what life's going to be like. Start talking about what special needs trusts look like, right? Start saving money for the future and when mom and dad maybe aren't going to be around anymore. This is a perfect opportunity to advocate for the continuation of Medicaid and Medicaid programs, because that is predominantly the main funder that funds not only like healthcare services, but the long-term care support services that really make somebody with a developmental disability able to live a thriving and robust life. So it helps them get jobs. It helps them with job coaches. It helps them with life, daily living skills. It helps them even if they're staying in their own homes to bring in caregivers and keep them in their own homes. So yeah, whenever you hear about Medicaid Medicaid programs and helping, and it seems like it's somebody else's cause, right? Like I have to try to help save Medicaid. It really affects us all because we're all just one accident, one injury away from being disabled or somebody who has a disability. And those federal programs that like translate down into localized care are so important for that continuation of adequate health care and that long-term care planning.
And another thing that comes with increased participation in the community for those with Down syndrome is acceptance in employment. I mean, back if somebody was employed with Down syndrome or other neurodivergent things back in the day, they may have been a dishwasher in a back room or something of that nature. What type of programs does DSAW offer to help people with Downs and their families find employment that's, I want to say, beneficial?
Yeah.
Because it makes them feel accepted.
Sure, absolutely. And it, think about how big and much of a part of your identity your job is. That could translate over to anybody with any sort of neurodivergence. So we are the entire continuum when it comes to employment support, including working with employers. So we've launched the Thinkability Wisconsin initiative. We've reached more than 2,800 employers across Wisconsin. We launched public service and awareness campaigns that reached, commercials, billboards, et cetera. Again, raising that level of acceptance and awareness that people with disabilities are, and the return on the investment from the employer is real. So you're going to have the not only higher profit margins, but higher employee morale. They're going to be some of your longest term and tenured employees. They come to work every day with a great work ethic, wanting to be there. And how much can we really say that about a lot of the working population nowadays, right? Like how many people don't want to work at all? People with disabilities are out there scraping together 2, 3, 4 part-time jobs because they want to work, they want to contribute, and they'll be some of the best employees that you ever had. So DSAW not only works with employers to create pathways for individuals with disabilities to get jobs, but then we help the individual with disabilities do career planning, resume development, job skills training, vocational skills training, help them with secondary education planning, because Wisconsin actually has 6 post-secondary education programs in our state, so people with disabilities can go on to college and learn the skills they need to get a job and then also live independently in the community. Then we help them find the job, right? Get them placed in the job. That's called job development and placement. And then we help them with job coaching after they get the job. So we're really there for that life cycle of continuum for employment services.
One thing, if it's someone, let's say, like me, I married into a family with someone who has a neurological issue. To learn, it was kind of trial and error, that type of thing, talking with my in-laws and that type of thing. But for someone out there now, I just saw this as I was going through the website, and I'm going to bring it up right now, is you have webinars out there, old webinars. So if somebody needs to know about, let's say, somebody you talked about working, some environments that might not be good for foot and ankle issues, people with Down syndrome. They could do something to make sure that they have mats to stand on that are comfortable. Or that type of thing. People might not think of that. So all the resources that are open to anyone for free on the website. If you have questions maybe about hiring, hiring someone, what benefits does the employer get along with the employee?
Yeah, that's right. Use tax incentives, tax benefits. We'll work with employers to learn about accommodations, about how easy it is to hire, about if they do need any sort of little adaptations, to their hiring process to make it more accessible for people with disabilities to work there. But there's tons of benefits to employing a person. Another website people can go check out is thinkabilitywi.org, and that really has a large focus on hiring people with disabilities and then reaching people. We have a resource center that people can call in our navigators. So I'll just say it one more time, thinkabilitywi.org. If somebody who has a loved one with a disability and they have a question across their entire lifespan, we've got live navigators Monday through Friday, 8:30 to 4:30 that can answer their question. And we do the same thing for employers, for educators, for the general public, for legislators. So not specific to Down syndrome, but any sort of disability. You can get support on all of the resources and questions that you might, resources you need or questions you might have.
I've done some work in the past with NAMI.
No, oh, sure.
So for people that are fighting with mental health issues, that type of thing, I've done it in the past. I've been very vocal about it, finding support, that kind of thing. But it's also you have to find support for my wife. You
Yeah.
know, my wife has to help out and that type of thing.
That's right.
You have something similar for families with Down syndrome where the family members can get together, and is it like a weekly thing, monthly thing, the groups that they have, or
Thank
finding
you.
supports?
Yeah, we have them virtual, we have them in person. So we've got support groups for the grandparents, we got support groups for the dads, we've got support groups for moms to get together, for Spanish-speaking individuals, for those people that are just getting their diagnosis. What the page you're showing now, those are our chapters across Wisconsin. But then we also, then those are what, you know, just big support groups as well. People kind of getting together as a collective to share support. But we do have those like more intimate support groups by population, and we have an aging. So you wanted to talk about aging. We've got an aging and caregiver support group for those whose their loved one is starting to get older. Maybe now you got a 50-year-old and you're 70, and you're sitting there having a like different challenges that you want to talk to somebody that's in your shoes. So we've got like direct, you know, caregiver support, that's sibling programs that really wraps around that entire network of a person that loves someone with Down syndrome or just developmental disability.
So, wrapping it up,
Yeah.
what can people do? They can show up for the walk in
Yes.
September. We got a bunch of people who are going to be donating $5 pretty soon. So you
Yeah.
see Kevin, Mulligan. Yeah. You know, Kevin running helping like that. But what else can people do to help the cause for DSAW?
Yeah, I would say first thing starts with that acceptance and that awareness. So welcoming them into your communities, into your you know, when you're reaching families, you know, that have like say a neurotypical kiddo, invite them to your birthday parties, right? Invite them to your, you know, barbecues. Like what we'll see happen is like right around middle school, those friendships that you had when you were a little kid, they start to wane a little bit as people start worrying about being popular and worrying about all that. Yeah, and then as you get older, welcome them into your jobs, right? If you're an employer, hire somebody with a disability. If you hear of housing that might be developed in your community, don't be scared. Like, they're going to be the best neighbors that you ever had. So welcome new housing opportunities into your communities. And then, yeah, if it's specific to how you can support the Down Syndrome Association of Wisconsin, go to dsaw.org, right? Well, send us your well wishes if you're not in the opportunity to make any contribution. We love it, right? Follow us on Facebook. We got Facebook pages out there. Yeah, you can make a donation. You can come support our awareness walk on September 27th. If you love golfing, we throw an amazing golf outing every year at Lac LaBelle. It's actually this Wednesday coming up. It's Tom Pippins and Stephen Homer True.
Okay.
Yeah, Charlie Barons will be there with us. So we've got some great local Wisconsin celebrities that come out and support of DSAW. So either come golf with us, come walk with us, come support us either with your well wishes or your contribution. Volunteer. We're actually like run by 800 different 800 different volunteers volunteer with DSAW over the course of a year. So we'd love to have your volunteer groups, your church groups, you know, all the things.
Yeah. And thanks for sharing everything tonight.
You're the best.
Hopefully,
Thanks so much
I know
for
I
having
learned
me.
a little. I hope everybody watching tonight learned a little. And like she said, if you can't help out directly, help out virtually.
Yes.
Give them a hey.
That's right.
On
Send us a
Facebook.
hey.
Send them a hey on Facebook. Wow, you guys are amazing.
Yeah. Or just bowl.
Right.
We have a bowling fundraiser. You
Right.
know, come bowl.
Yeah, exactly. Don, thanks so much for your
Yes,
time tonight. I
thank you so
appreciate
much.
it.
Yeah, I loved being here.
All right.
Thanks so much.
We'll
Good
be
luck
back-
to
yeah.
everybody, all the bowlers.
We'll be back in a minute.
Okay, bye-bye.
I own it if it's true. It's fine. Whatever. Yeah, right. Yeah.
All right, sorry everybody. Don't know why the audio cut out there. Appreciate everybody staying with us now that we're back. Sometimes bouncing around between everything going on in the Facebook feed, the YouTube channels. Get a little swing and a miss, and we got you back on the audio though. No sense why the audio dropped right there. Apologies. So, some of our bowlers getting near the completion of their qualifying. A couple of the other bowlers with the number of mulligans being used, a little off pace at the moment. We got a front five down on 3 and 4. We're going to join that momentarily, as we got a couple of players going for solid games here up on the high end. I think it's our champion from last week, Ben Medina, on the front five. So we're going to check that out momentarily. Once Medina steps up. Hey, Kevin, Adam, thanks for joining us on the Facebook feed. Once again, sorry about the audio bailing out there. Sometimes the one-man production crew can't have eyes in all the spots it needs to have, so we appreciate you guys when something doesn't look or sound right, letting us know. Kevin Meyer making the jog back up to the front. Can't miss Kevin tonight. Bright yellow t-shirt. All right, Brylow will throw here. Brylow looking to get a double on the board after back-to-back opens in the 5th and 6th frame. And he gets it done. Let's get down to Medina, last week's champion. Working on the front five. Seems to like 3 and 4. I think after winning a week, you're going to like that pair as well. And, oh, the 8-pin teased him. You see the smile on the way back. But the 8 falls as Medina looking to go back-to-back weeks here. We had that with D'Artagnan Sellers earlier this season. Back-to-back weeks. Then he took a week off of winning and then came back and won 3 out of 4. He's had a couple of weeks off. He's back. He's feeling good. We'll see if Sellers makes the round of 18 tonight. Trying to keep the point advantage he has going. So Medina's win last week, he's still 7 points behind D'Artagnan Sellers. Sellers did have one of his wins on a double points week, so that put 10 points on the board. Sellers at 26. Medina at 19, Steve Bequest 18, Leighton Barlow 16, Emma Johnson 15. So they're your top 5 right now. But Jaden Kenny, John Halaska, Chris Hoffman, Todd Drouillard, and Kellen Baldowitz all sitting within striking distance of 4th and 5th place. Of course, your points for the overall list accrue as follows. Make the cut to the top 18, you get a point. Pile another point on that if you make the top 9. Make the cut to the top 4, get a 3rd point, and then win that event. Get 2 more points. So you at most get 5 points a week, 10 if you use a double points week and happen to catch it. You can also earn points by being the high scratch or handicap qualifier in the top 18. You get a bonus point. And you can still earn a point if you miss the top 18 by being the high scratch that misses or the high handicap that misses that top 18. So Sellers has a bad night, maybe finishes 19th, 20th place, but high on the scratch side of the equation. Then you can still sneak a point out and still guarantee he keeps the lead for another week, if not 2. So the string ends for Medina. Still a great game going. Possible 279 as we see Kevin Meyer taking care of another $5 mulligan for another player. 42 players in the field. If everybody buys a mulligan tonight, we're going to raise another $210 for the Downs Syndrome Association of Wisconsin. Oh, the mulligan's coming fast and furious right now in game 3 for some players. Here you see Laura Grisante plugging along. One open offset by a double. We saw Lori make finals back-to-back weeks before the summer Sweeper Series break in the 4th of July part of our calendar. Normally just a 1-week break in the calendar, but this year with the remodeling here going on at Country Lanes, made it 3-week break. And once again, if you haven't seen the center, I'm going to borrow the booth cam here for a second. And once again, apologize for being in 2 places at once. There you go. There you see Kevin Meyer there, clipboard in hand, David Brown hitting the lanes. He just successfully used a mulligan. Had an open frame, paid the $5, got a strike. But yeah, there you see the new carpeting, the new seating here at Country Lanes. So much room, and you know the one thing you don't really notice that you used to see a lot of around here in the bowlers area, because the big walled tables that were around. You don't see a lot of bowling bags in the way. It's a beautiful thing. Plenty of room here now at Country Lanes. And yeah, the commitment to the community with this remodel by Kevin and Leanne. I mean, pretty incredible to see Special Olympians come in that may need a wheelchair and just be able to roll right up in the approach now, as compared to the past where they had to use a ramp or two. Yeah, absolutely spectacular. There is one we don't see every day, the 1-2-5-7-8-9 for Exner. Oh, chops everything but the 9 down. And this crispment pattern starting to get a little tougher as the night goes on for some of these players. Right now, Ben Medina solving the riddle, as he'll be stepping up in the foundation frame momentarily, looking to keep his chance at 279 on the board. Yeah, it's kind of fun watching Kevin Meyer run back and forth, isn't it? Should have put a Fitbit on him or something before he started. Of course, he was here today putting up drywall, patching some areas behind where the vending machines and such used to be. It's kind of weird tonight because for those of you who have been here to Country Lanes before, you know there were some crane games right in the area where my booth sat, behind lanes 7 and 8, near the entrance to the bar from the lanes, and they're not there tonight, and I don't know what to do. I have this huge gaping space behind me, and it just feels weird. Plus, I don't have the lights coming off the games and stuff. It's kind of odd. I told Kevin he should put a big screen TV. I don't think that's going to happen, but I mean, the kids love the crane games, especially the duck game where you win a duck every time. I mean, somebody's got to put ducks on their Jeeps. So Medina, washout. Even with an open here, he still has a chance to get into the 240s. Spare here gives him a chance at the 250s. Conversion made. I don't know if Medina is going to be our 1 seed tonight, but he's definitely on pace to throw the highest game I've seen out here tonight. Steve Bland is stepping up. Phil ball, 10th frame. He'll get to 206. That might give him a chance. And once again, thanks to the hammer, if you want to get ready for your fantasy football draft with some of the best tools out there from RotoWire, Steve Bland gives you the code BOWL30 and get 30% off any RotoWire subscription. Get that great draft knowledge that RotoWire provides to help you come on top for your fantasy football league. Sign up rotowire.com and use that BOWL30 code on your subscription. Save 30%. Thanks, Steve, for doing that for all of our bowlers here tonight and all of our fans watching. Around the state. I don't know if we have anybody outside of the state watching tonight. Every once in a while we get somebody that pops in from Northern Illinois. If you're watching from a state other than Wisconsin, drop it in the chat or drop it in the comments. There's Ian Kloss, can't get the 10 to go. Kloss had a chance for a victory a couple of weeks ago, ended up losing in a roll-off to Steve Bequest for Bequest's lone title of this season. All you need is a man bun to go with that, and you're all set.
I can't anymore.
I know, I took it all off today, too. I even... All right, we got LA. I don't know how you found us, Anthony, but we appreciate you. We're just a little 12-lane center in suburbs of Milwaukee. Glad to have you here. Once again, a variety of styles of bowling in these American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series events, as it is handicapped 80% at 230. So you see some great scratch players. You see some great young players like you see here with Ben Medina stepping up for his 10th frame, looking to put 259 up on the board. And you'll see some players that have just started enjoying the sport of bowling and working to get better. Great variety we have here at Country Lanes week in and week out. 3 more weeks remaining for the APC Summer Sweeper Series. Great cover by Grisante. Don't know if that 172 is going to be enough to help advance to the round of 18, but scores pretty low tonight on this Barb Crispin PWBA event pattern. 3.21 to 1, your ratio outside, inside to out. So Medina looking to go back-to-back weeks in the winner's circle here. There you go. I think Medina's going to be one of those young players that there's going to be several universities fighting over him joining their collegiate bowling program. He is really improved over the last year or so. I remember watching his game when he first started bowling Summer Sweeper Series events last year, a little rough around the edges, and boy, he is just so smooth, so balanced at the line, and confident. That is the key, confidence. I missed the 6-7. Did you make it? What lane?
I was on, I think 5.
5? Yeah. Just now? I'm gonna find a replay. I'm gonna replay. I'm gonna find it and replay it.
It was my second frame.
Second, I can go back. I'm gonna go back and find it. All right, we're going to go back and find it.
kids.
I had a 6-7 split. A 6-7 split. Yeah, I did. Look. Yeah. My second frame. I'm like, is that the one you made? Yeah. Yeah, that was a 6-7. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I just got you leaving it. All right, here we go. Domo Fortson. Domo, when did you know you made it? When did you know you made it? Yeah, well, like right when you let it go, you felt like you made it? All right, here it is. It's on the screen right now. Come around. Here you go. Going for that 6-7. Look at that slide with authority. With authority. Well done, young man. That is spectacular.
They gotta check his handicap.
As soon as he makes it, now they got to check your. Yeah. Because making a 6-7, you know, that's really going to. That happens every day. Nice cover, man. Well done. Well done. See, that's the neat part about the YouTube feed, too, is that a lot of our bowlers will go back and they'll see what they did when they bowled tonight. They'll go back and look and go, oh, this shot was good, this shot was bad. Or if they had a highlight like Domo Fortson did there, hey, guess what? I can go ahead, pull that out, show it to my fans, family and friends on social media, and my fans. And, yeah, that's pretty darn cool that we can do that. So congratulations. Now, if that gets you into the cut by making that, that's an even better story. Hopefully you make the cut on that. Oh, yeah, you're nice bowling, man. 707. No wonder why they went. Okay, now I know why they're saying check your handicap. 707 with handicap for Domo. Nice done. Nicely done. All right. So just one pair of lanes in play. Yeah. I'm sure they don't have any mulligans left. I'm sure they've burned them all off. With being a couple frames behind. Steep bequest. Right. Looking to bounce back after an open frame. And Steven, you know, one of the guys that's had a good season in the overall points list, in the senior points list, and the scratch points list. I mean, he's got looking at a pretty decent sized visit to the pay window at the end of the season, but he'd like to get a couple more visits to the pay window with 3 weeks to go in the regular season, let's be honest. Oh, can't quite get the conversion. On the washout. Isn't that supposed to bounce off of something and then take the rest of it out? I mean, you've had pretty good luck with that earlier.
Isn't the ball supposed to skid on you?
Yeah.
No, on 12 mils or less.
I like that rule. Bring out the polyester, everybody. I heard that would be Kevin Meyer's drag name, polyester.
I'll just pack my bags up.
I think I might have got the high game today.
What's his name?
Polyester. That'd be a great drag name for a bowler, for a drag show. I'm sure that's been well taken plenty of times. I'm sure you could spell it different ways. There you go, P-A-U-L-I-E, polyester. Mix it up a little bit. So a couple of frames remaining here with our only pair left. We're going to give you a little extra early audio intermission right now as I'm going to go refresh my beverage with Matty Wisniewski at the bar. Hopefully you get to refresh your beverage at home, maybe even grab a little bit of a late night snack as we're going to be cutting to our top 18 players, and it won't take too long for our top 18 to turn around. And we'll be back underway on this Barb Crispin PWBA pattern as we wind our way down to another weekly champion here for the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. Week 10 rolling here at Country Lanes.
Oh, you're just looking at that? Oh, okay.
Good.
And Steve McQuest throws a ceremonial last ball of qualifying. Thanks, Steve. And we got the scores going in right now. Kevin and Robin tabulating things as quick as possible, and we'll get our top 18 back out on the lanes momentarily. And a hush falls over the crowd. So as soon as the scores get announced, we'll let you know what they are, and we'll get everybody back on the lanes. They'll get their 3 minutes of practice before the round of 18, and we'll get underway with scoring momentarily.
Because your average is 120. All you gotta do is literally 100 every game.
Maybe next week. That's what I said every week. Maybe next week.
Don't forget, everybody, National Bowling Day is this Saturday, August 8th.
I might have to work.
Check with your local bowling center, as specials will be had everywhere across the country. We'll ask Kevin Meyer what he's got on tap here for National Bowling Day this Saturday. I'm sure there will be plenty of lanes available, and with the forecast being hot and humid, no better place to be than inside, staying comfortable and having some friends and some beverages out on the lanes. Todd Juilliard leaving the building, unfortunately. Todd, we'll see you next week. Safe travels, my good man. Todd, another one of those players fighting to get in the top 5. This week didn't work out for him, but boy, he gets another top 4 finish or a win in the last 3 weeks, and we could see him on that opening show of the Brew City Bowling Show. Isn't that usually the key? Throw the ball better? That's why I'm back here and not out there. I can tell people to throw it better. I can't do it myself anymore. There you go. Safe travel, sir. It's a good group of people we have here at Country Lanes. And if you haven't joined us yet this year for a sweeper, take a shot. Have some fun. $30 to get in. Variety of lane patterns. Test your skills against, hey, this pattern was used at a PWB event in Cleveland earlier this year. Several patterns we've used throughout the season have been PBA patterns, PWBA patterns, junior gold patterns.
Something like that.
Jordan and Richards Snodgrass took down the PWBA title on this pattern in Columbus, Ohio. I said Cleveland, it was Columbus. Last thing you want to do is piss off an Ohioan by confusing Columbus and Cleveland. Even though I do like the new name for the Cleveland WNBA team, the Siren. Just like the old mythological Greek creature. I'm sure people get bent out of shape if it's not represented the right way. Sorry to be politically incorrect there. Hey, we've got announcements.
Qualifying today, first and foremost, as always, we're going to do the subscribe for side pot.
Paying out the top. Coming in 9th place, taking home $10, Steve Bequest. Hey, money back is better than nothing. 8th place finisher, $15 going into the smart account for Hudson Napo. 7th place finisher tonight, $20, $181 in the last game, John Simonson. Thank you, Steve Bequest, for donating the $10 back to DSAW tonight. I appreciate that. 6th place finisher tonight, $186, $25 winner. Don't cheer too hard. He's a Bears fan. Craig Coleman. He's probably going to punch me if I do that too many times. 5th place finisher tonight, $35 winner with a 212 in the last game, Alejandro Gallegos. 4th place finisher tonight, $45 winner, 213 in the last game for David Brandt. 3rd place finisher tonight at 230 in the final game, taking home $60, Leighton Barlow. 2nd place finisher tonight, $245 in the last game, taking home $70, Domo Fortson. And your winner of the subscriber sign pot tonight, $271 in the final game, $80 going into that smart account for Ben Medina. Congratulations, Ben. All right, bowlers, and then our cut number making it through into the top 18 tonight, 597. 597, Hefe, you are the cut. All right, bowlers, then as I read your names from number 1 all the way down to number 18, please come on up here to the bowling counter. Pick a card to let Robin know what lane you would like to be on in this round of 18. Number 1 qualifier coming out of that round, 713 was his number. Congratulations, Ben Medina. 2nd place qualifier, 707, Domo Fortson. 3rd place qualifier, 705, Will Pergandi. 4th place qualifier, 698 for Alejandro Gallegos. Rounding out the top 5, 687, Rob Kenny. 6th place qualifier, 681, Chris Hoffman. Number 7 qualifier, 666 for the aforementioned Bears fan, Craig Coleman. Number 8 qualifier, 663, David Brandt. Number 9 bowler, 659 for Leighton Barlow. Rounding out the top 10, 650 for John Stud Alaska. Number 11 qualifier, 638 for Ian Kloss. Number 12 bowler tonight, 637 for Jaden Kenny. 13 at 630 for John Simonson. Number 14 bowler, 611, looking for titles on back-to-back nights. Last night's Root River champion, Sam Irizarry. Running on top 15 here, 607 for Dick Wilms. Number 16, we had a tie at 604, and that tiebreaker goes to D'Artagnan Sellers. Also 604 for that 16th place, Emma Johnson. And once again, your cut number at 597, Jeff Hefe Anderson.
I think Hefe felt a little less pressure with his wife not beating him this week.
Hashtag Best Anderson.
No, she's not here. I'm saying you didn't feel the pressure when she beat you. She has to beat me. Well, yeah, right. All right, top 18 bowlers, congratulations once again for making a cut here in the Summer Super Series, earning a point and moving forward. Make one more cut and to the top 9, you'll get into the money for tonight. Once all 3 bowlers that have been assigned to your pair are present and everybody is ready to go, you can go ahead and push the blue check marks, and then next, and then play, and that'll get you a lays going for your 3 minutes of practice in this round. Don't forget, if you have any mulligans remaining, whether your free mulligan or your $5 mulligan, that can be used at any time. So be sure to let myself, Eric, or Robin know, and we'll get that mulligan taken care of. Good luck once again, and great bowling.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Practice underway momentarily as we get into the round of 18. And
so before we get this round of 18 going, this is also going to be the last call for our kitchen tonight. Last call for any food orders.
Interesting to see tonight that we've had, as I mentioned earlier, Kevin Meyer really keeps an eye on the averages. If bowlers are having a good summer and improving, he's not afraid to re-rate them. A couple of bowlers that have been re-rated over the summer with D'Artagnan Sellers and Emma Johnson. A couple that come to the top of my head, making the cut again tonight. So they are continuing their fine bowling. They are continuing to improve, and they are continuing to try to take down titles. So great work by Kevin Meyer and Robin on the tournament staff. To assure that all competition is fair, just, and equal, week in and week out. Appreciate their efforts all season long. About 2 minutes of practice remaining. We'll be underway with player introductions, and Kevin Meyer, I'm sure, will be joining me in the booth, at least for a little bit. I know there's some mulligans that need to be taken care of yet. So about 30 seconds remaining in practice. We'll give you the rundown, not just of the field remaining here in Week 10 of the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series, but we'll also let you know how many mulligans these players have remaining, because that's going to be a very important factor as they make their way through these elimination rounds of competition. Joining me in the booth is Kevin Meyer. Kevin, several fans in the chat tonight admiring the speed at which you were going between pairs this evening, making sure the mulligans were accounted for properly. I don't know why they don't give Eric Pearson any credit. Eric was helping as well. Obviously, Robin at the tournament desk was getting as many mulligans taken care of as well. We still have some players with some mulligans left, which, not surprisingly, one of them being our tournament leader, our qualifying leader, Ben Medina, didn't burn any this evening.
Yeah, and to be fair to Eric, I do move faster than Eric does, so that's to be expected. I would hope. He's got 20 years on me, so yeah, we got some mulligan fun coming up.
All right, so we're underway. Starting off in lanes 1 and 2, we've got number 17 qualifier, Emma Johnson. Even with her re-rate, she still makes a cut. She has 1 mulligan remaining if she buys it. That's the $5 to D-Saw if she were to do that. John Halaska can buy his mulligan along with Jaden Kenny. Over on 3 and 4, Ben Medina has a free one to use and a one he can buy. So 2 available to Ben Medina, along with Ian Kloss. Burned them all. John Simonson burned them all.
He go.
So they got to bowl well with their scratch scores in an early open for Emma as she tries to make her 3rd consecutive top 4 finals. Let's get over to 5 and 6. Domo Fortson, he made a big 6-7 during game 3. We saw a replay of it.
Oh, he came over and he was like, I made a 6-7.
Oh, yeah, it was great. And got him into the number 2 qualifying spot. He can buy his remaining mulligan. Alejandro Gallegos has burned through both of his. David Brandt still has both mulligans available if he so chooses them. Over on 7 and 8, Hefe Anderson, well, he snuck in by the skin of his teeth. Had his mulligans gone, but an early 5-bagger in game 3 got him enough pins to get into this round. He's bowling on 7 and 8 with Will Pergandy, our number 3 qualifier, who can buy 1 mulligan.
First cut ever for Will.
And D'Artagnan Sellers looking to win for the 4th time this season. Promise for D'Artagnan. It gone. No mulligans.
Yeah, and D'Artagnan also had another re-rate come through for this, so
yep.
See how he fares.
I'll tell you what, people that worry about the competition, that kind of thing, Kevin keeps a great eye on it. So hold on, we got to look here. You got to go take care of a mulligan. Speaking of which, on 5 and 6. There we go. We got Eric all over that one. Let's get over to our final pairs in play. 9 through 12 on lanes 9 and 10. Rob Kenny has both mulligans available. Craig Coleman can buy a mulligan. Leighton Barlow, no mulligans remaining. On 11 and 12, number 6 qualifier Chris Hoffman can buy one. Sam Arizari, none remaining. Dick Williams on a double points night. Dick needs to purchase a mulligan if he is going to choose one to use.
Yeah, and I made a joke with Craig Coleman that if he purchases his 2nd mulligan, it's going to cost him $50 since he's a Bears fan. So
I was semi-joking around before. Like if we could actually start like 6 p.m. one night, really do a big one for D-Saw, give up the 4 mulligans. First one's free, 2nd one's $5, 3rd one's $10, 4th one's $20. So if you want to pay double your entry fee,
yeah.
You get 4 shots at improving your score. And think about that, you can raise over $1,000 for D-Saw in a night. Boom.
I mean, that's a way to do it. I think I may have to limit the field to 40 bowlers if we do that many.
Yeah,
mulligans.
well, I said we'd have to start a half hour earlier or something. We'd have to figure it out.
Yeah.
No reason you couldn't do 3.
Something to consider.
5 and 10. Even that you could raise close to $1,000. $15, 50 bowlers.
Or that could
$750.
be a summertime like Saturday tournament.
Oh yeah, there we go. Yeah, these cameras stay up all summer long. There we go. You can always live stream something on a Saturday. Do something a little different. Let's get back down to, hey, here's a surprise. Ben Medina can strike on 3 and 4, coming off a 250 game on that pair. And now starts with the front 4. Bad news for Ben. Advancing out of this round, won't get him lanes 3 and 4 again because that pair will be out of play waiting for the championship. 1 and 2, 5 and 6, and 9 and 10 are our pairs in play.
Yeah, so if we get to analyzing the finals, if Ben's in it and he's on 3 and 4 for the finals, you know who my pick's going to be.
Oh, exactly.
I picked him last week and I was right.
I think even our RotoWire friend Steve Belanda would make Medina the money favorite. Speaking of that, thanks to Steve Belanda, fantasy football coming up around the corner. Get your help from RotoWire, some of the best fantasy football information out there, and use the code BOWL30 for 30% off any RotoWire subscription. Thanks to Steve Belanda for letting that get out for our bowlers and our viewers this evening.
Does Steve have? I'm sure he's got to have guillotine leagues out there on RotoWire.
Oh yeah,
RotoWire,
yeah. I think he's one of the only writers they have for the guillotine league. So
I really want to get into guillotine this year, so I will be using that BOWL30 code. Thanks, Hammer. I appreciate that, man.
Let's get over checking in our players. On 5 through 8, D'Artagnan Sellers front 3. Look, he'll be looking for the 4th in a row, and then we'll get down to our end pair again. 9 through 12, as we've got a few players on some strings right now.
Yeah, it looks like we got Will Pergandy using his mulligan here. So Eric's getting that set up the front desk. So is that his first? That's his second, so he had to pay the $5 for the mulligan.
And Sellers gets them all to go. Front four for Sellers. See what Kentucky Fried Chris can do here. Double 2 spares for Hoffman.
You know, when Hoffman gets Kentucky Fried in that sun, it makes his hair look extra white.
Right.
Almost as white as my brand new walls. Good night, ladies and gentlemen, to steal Phil's phrase.
Yeah, we were giving everybody the tour again. Just how much space, we were showing them how much space was available. And Arizari goes a little high.
And Steve Bequest was gunning for some extra money tonight because he wanted to donate more to DSAW, but he took his funds that he won in the Survivor side pot and donated that back to DSAW. So, Steve,
nice.
I appreciate your consistent generosity, my friend.
Oh, got the 10 out. Almost a blistering 7-10 there for Medina.
Yeah, Ben on those double points tonight. He's got his eyes on that big $1,000 prize at the end of the season.
And Brylow looking to make it back-to-back weeks in the top 4, but that 6-7-10 is going to put a little bit of a stop on him for the moment.
Ooh, Craig with a nice railroad cover there. He said, so Craig was here bowling in a fundraiser this week, actually, for a rescue gang. We had a nice big fundraiser with over 60 bowlers, and he bowled really well, and I think he took 3rd place, so he figured, why not give it a shot again?
There you go. Absolutely, have a little fun with it. There we go.
A little confusion there.
Yeah,
7
sometimes,
and 8.
especially now we're down to 3 in a lane or 3 in a pair. Yeah, it's a little faster pace. So
Yeah.
bowlers when the mulligan's happening, sometimes other bowlers don't realize it. But hey, everybody gets credit for what they threw. If it's thrown on the correct lane.
Yeah, and he wasn't technically bowling out of turn there.
No.
So yeah, that's not a situation where I would want to take away a shot from a bowler.
Right. Ooh, that's a little unusual for. Well, he's just right-hander, and he leaves this. You see the 6-8-10. That's usually Manny Wisniewski leave here.
Do you want to check your Rolodex and see if he's got a percentage on this one?
He's 0 for lifetime because he's never left it before, and he almost got a lucky bounce.
Almost got that 6-pin to come off the wall. Thank goodness my kickbacks are within USBC specs.
Have you received your gold, silver, or bronze rating from the USBC yet?
They came in, they did the lane inspection earlier this year, and we were something like 98.5%.
So you might be gold.
Yeah.
All right.
I've got one, I think it's on lane 10, I have one depression that needs to be fixed, but that'll be fixed in October.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Steve Bequest before he walked out the door tonight.
The sound effects coming into play not in the finals today.
That's true. That's true. So Medina loses his bid on perfection. Still has both mulligans available to you. I don't see him burning it this game unless he really has a bad. He'd have to go like back-to-back opens, I think, before he'd burn it because he knows no matter what, he's not bowling on 3 and 4 again.
Well, right,
So,
and it would have to be like atrocious count, like Greek church stuff. We'll see. See what he does here.
Oops.
You know, Ian Kloss not too far behind him. So
yeah.
John Studhill Alaska was telling me about his very successful weekend he had bowling. He had an event at Lucky Lanes, I think he said it was.
Okay.
And he won like $130, and then he went another one down to Illinois, and I think he took like 3rd place in a 9-pin tap down there. And he's like, "Oh, I made like $500 this weekend." I was like, "Oh, good. Maybe you can retire, John." You know. So.
I'm sure as usual 2 hours to pick the ball today before showing up here.
Oh, I'm sure. You have to keep in tip-top shape.
Right.
Speaking of tip-top, Alejandro, the 4-bagger over there on 5 and 6.
D'Artagnan looking to get to the handful. Oh, that's a serious fast 8 there.
That ball was high off his hand, and it just plowed through the head pin. He's lucky he didn't 4-9 on that one.
So we got our players almost done on 11 and 12. Of course, having nobody to their right, no worries. But
Will that qualify?
Dick Williams, yeah, he's having a heck of a game.
Will that qualify as a quick Dick?
That's what she said. Hoffman begging for it to come back, and we saw several of those tonight with 3 off the right or even 2 off the right. We saw a couple of times. I don't want to name names, Brian Burgett, but the 2 off the right.
Well, this, I mean, as I alluded to in the announcements prior, the reason why I chose this pattern is because it's exactly a 3.21 to 1 ratio, which is and Down syndrome is a triplicate copy of the 21st chromosome, so the 3-2-1 played into it really well. But also when I looked at this pattern, the forward on the pattern has 7 2-2 loads. And I was like, holy cow, that's going to make like bellying into the outside just nothing, but then it shifts right down to a 14 to 14. So, I mean, that intermediary track area is just not really in play as much as people would want it to be.
Yeah, once again, thanks to Don and Nua from Down Syndrome Association Wisconsin for being in the booth tonight, talking about all the good things that DSAW does, not just for individuals with Down syndrome, but for their family and support systems as well. And I know you do a lot of work for DSAW, your wife Leanne as well, and it's not just what you guys do here for the fundraisers in May and August. Even though the rain stopped the golf this past Saturday for the Golfing Bowl, I'm sure a great time was still had by all.
Yeah, we had a really good time. We still got the lane out. We did the bowling here, and we had 8 of the 14 teams we had signed up still show up to come hang out and do the bowling and have a great time with us. So I really appreciate it for those guys, guys and gals, for sticking it out and having fun. And we're still able to raise a little over $3,500 this weekend at that event. So I mean, it's one of those where I said it a couple times since then. It's really a make lemonade out of lemon situation. Do the best you can, and at the end of the day, we're still going to raise money and have fun. And so be it. Putting up that lane in the rain on Friday evening, though, that was not really fun. Big shout out to my friend Matt Novak. He's probably not watching, but he was a trooper with us and putting that lane together.
Where do you store that when it's not in use?
Out back.
Out back.
Yeah. Well, the lane panels are stored inside in a room off of the mechanicals room and back.
Okay.
All the framing is stored outside, though.
Do you have a squeegee out there to get all the water off? Otherwise, I could see bowling balls just like leaving I kind of wish I would have seen that with the big spray coming off the bowling balls as it's rolling down the lane.
Thankfully, it had stopped raining by the time we started doing the bowling. It was still wet.
Okay.
But there was like some, we'll call them depressions in the lane.
Yeah.
And if the ball hit the wrong spot, it literally was whipping off the ball. It was just water whipping off it. We did have a broom pushing water off, and I had the kids helping out. Joe Vallone's son and 2 of my boys were helping set pins, and they were occasionally sweeping the lane off and getting the water off. And so
beautiful.
it was like our lane was oiled this year. It was pretty entertaining.
Well, glad to hear everybody had a blast once again.
Well, the funny part is I have to bring the house balls in after that, and I have to resurface all of them because they all get a little scuzzed up doing that. But
yeah,
we take care of it.
So we'll talk a little bit about the DSAW walk that's coming up in September, because I know that you guys are a big part of that as well at the Milwaukee County Zoo.
Yeah.
End of September. So we'll talk about that. Everybody kind of wrapping up. Boy, Alejandro's having a heck of a game here. Alejandro looking to put up 279. We already got Ben Medina at 279. D'Artagnan Sellers can go 278. But just because you do it for game 1 in the round of 18 doesn't mean you're going to do it for your second game in the round of 9.
Right.
Especially because, well, let's see. D'Artagnan can't get 7 and 8 again. Alejandro can get 5 and 6. And Ben can't get 3 and 4. So it's going to be interesting as these bowlers move.
Yeah, to see where they get. Yeah, where they head to, where they choose, where they fall in the selection process here. I see, as I see Hefe up on lane 7 here, I made a joke with him that this week he's not feeling the pressure of his wife beating him, so he made the cut.
Right. Put together a big string early on in game 3 and got him in as the number. Let's see, Quick Dick Williams at 257.
Sliding right in there. We'll
see him in the round of 9. He'll be giving trouble to 8 other people.
That's a stone 9 for Leighton Barlow.
Yeah.
Not what he wanted to see there.
No, he's in trouble. He might not make it out of this round.
Yeah, because he can go. He's only getting 7 sticks, so he can be what 227 off the sheet.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's treacherous territory right now. But that's also got a punch to get there. So.
I mean, 3-bagger, split, double split, and now the solid 9.
Right. Eric Pearson with the on-par analysis
Right.
of the Rob Kenny delivery.
Ooh, and just enough of that for Barlow. So Gallegos, he's going to be in the 240s scratch. He's going to be in the 280s, maybe even close to 290 with handicap. So something tells me we'll see him back on 5 and 6. Hey, and Rob Kenny makes a 10-pin. All right.
That is noteworthy, ladies and gentlemen. Given his track record in this house and in this series of making 10 pins, that sure is something. You know, Craig. I was just looking at Craig Coleman because he's catching 56, and Craig could be in the 180s if he were to double. Well, he'd get the 180 even if he goes sheet, but he could be, double, put him in the 170s, 220s if he can get there.
Pergandy
So
just missed a single pin on a fill ball, but that's still 225. Yeah,
That's-
Chris Hoffman might be in trouble with 215. Barlow strikes in the 9th, but he's going to need at least the first, I'd say the first 2 in the 10th.
Well, yeah, and if you're looking across, he's got Will Pergandy with 225 on
Yeah.
the sheet, so Leighton needs double at 9 to bump ahead of Will.
Ian Kloss 226 with the handicap. Yeah, it's going to be close.
227 would put Leighton ahead of both of them, so that's a pressure back 10th coming up here
Yep.
for Leighton.
All right, well, we're going to get some scores calculated here. As the round 9 is going to be coming up shortly. Once again, your pairs in play 1 and 2, 5 and 6, 9 and 10, and of course, as always, there's a look at your championship pair lanes 3 and 4.
It's ice cold frozen.
Ice cold frozen. We'll get that fixed right away.
Fix the stream, would you, Phil?
I will fix that stream right now. Every once in a while, it just doesn't. It gets a mind of its own.
You mean the world's not perfect? That's weird.
Yeah.
I don't know how that happens. Oh, let's see. David Brandt opened in the 10th for 209. That looks like that could be the end of his day. I don't know if 209 is going to make it. D'Artagnan, no strike there. 270s for him. He is through once again. After a 2-week hiatus, D'Artagnan comes back. He's like, hey, don't forget about me, guys.
Yeah, I mean, 5 weeks overall, 3 weeks for the remodel, 2 weeks for here. Yeah, 2 weeks before he came back. He wants to make sure he's at 1 seed for when we tape that special edition of the Bruce City Bowling Show. It's going to be taped September 13th. We'll get you the air date of it, but if you want to come on and cheer your favorite player, or even somebody that's not your favorite in the top 5, but get a nice audience, I'm sure there'll be some nice drink specials here. Maybe we'll have to invite Drink Wisconsin back.
Well, reasonable heckling is allowed, too.
Oh, that's true, too, during the show. Absolutely.
Yeah.
So
Not that I know anybody who's guilty of that.
right. I mean, we'll play it within reason on the show.
Absolutely.
Reason.
By the way, not surprised to see Rob Kenny in the round of 18 here because 43 feet, 28 mils, and it's all in the middle. Yeah, that's a Rob Kenny pattern. Just spin it, throw it to the arrows, spin it, let it float the middle. Try and cover your 10 pins. Rob Kenny, ladies and gentlemen. Oh my goodness. That ball went real heavy on the head pin for Leighton. And
don't rip it. Don't. It's off, though.
I thought we were going to see the Superman rip.
I was, yeah. Like,
he knew he needed that one. He needed the first 2 for sure. All right, well, we're going to go tabulate scores here and see what happens.
Top 9 rundown coming up next.
results from our round of 18 tonight. The cut number making it through into the top 9, 215. 215 is that number making it through. So the bowlers as I read your names from number 1 on down to number 15, or excuse me, down to number 9. Come on up here to the bowling counter. Let Rob know which lane you would like to be on for this round. Number 1 qualifier coming out of that round. Once again, the number 1 qualifier at 291, Ben Medina. Number 2 qualifier, 284 for D'Artagnan Sellers. Number 3 bowler at 279, Alejandro Gallegos. Number 4 bowler, 257 in that last round, Dick Wilms. Rounding out the top 5, 253 for Rob Kenny. Right behind him at number 6, 244, Jaden Kenny. Number 7 bowler tonight at 226, Ian Kloss. Number 8 qualifier tonight, 225. First time into the cash for Will Pergandi. And your number 9 qualifier, the cut number at 215, Chris Kentucky Fried Hoffman. Chris, we made a joke that your red skin and white hair kind of looks like my very bright white walls and red oiler. Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you end up with a nickname, I reserve all rights to use that nickname at any time. I take all of my cues from Phil over there in the booth.
Oh, yeah, blame it on me, Kevin. Yeah, go for it.
Top 9 bowlers, congratulations once again for
We're going to have words when you get back here.
Here in the Summer Super Series. Once you have all 3 bowlers who are assigned to your care present, and everybody says they are ready to go, you can go ahead and push the blue check marks and next and then play. And that's going to get you 3 minutes of practice going here in the round of 9. Congratulations once again, good luck, and great bowling.
All right, thanks, Kevin. Round of 9 underway shortly. Bowlers are going to get 3 minutes of practice, and our top 4 scorers out of this round will advance into our top 4 finals. Once again, up for grabs, cash, possession of the champion's belt, and our champion's bucket, thanks to our friends at Holtz Motors in Hales Corners. Great bucket full of Adams Polishes car care products for the winner's vehicle. We'll give you the full field rundown. And how many mulligans they have left. Once again, tonight, mulligans benefiting D-Saw. Every bowler got one for free. They had the opportunity to buy a second one for $5, and all those mulligan funds being donated to Down Syndrome Association of Wisconsin. Don't forget about their big walk at the Milwaukee County Zoo at the end of September. Check out all that information, dsaw.org, on how you can help. Even if you can't get there to walk yourself, you can be a virtual walker from afar and help out some great families with some great individuals. About 2 minutes of practice remaining. It will be underway. Jill Zenkowski, everybody. Still celebrating your 27th birthday from a couple of weeks ago.
May you celebrate to the end of time, Jill.
That's right. Don't give her a challenge. She'll take it.
I got 5 on it, Jill. That's a joke that we have. That started at an MAUSBC tournament about 3 years ago, I think. I don't even remember what the situation was or how that came to be, but we still do it. That's fun.
So here we go. We've got 9 bowlers left. This is the round of 9, so therefore we are in compliance with tournament rules. Ben Medina.
Good, because I would talk to somebody if we weren't.
291 with his handicap in the round of 18. We'll see Medina, Sellers, and Gallegos on 5 and 6.
That's The way I, mean,
I think low bowler on that pair should not make the top 4.
I mean, Alejandro had himself quite the game in the round of 18, and we'll see if he can keep pace with D'Artagnan in bed once again.
Right. So your bowlers on 1 and 2 are going to be Chris Hoffman, the man who made the number with a 215 with his handicap. He's catching 23 pins. Will Pergandy, his first ever cash, I heard tonight?
Yeah, first ever cash.
Way to go, Will.
This is the second or third event that he's ever bowled, and first in the cash.
Yeah, 157 average coming in, so the young man's catching 58 pins. And Jaden Kenny, he's on a double points night. He's trying to make his way into the top 5 overall. And Kenny sitting at 13 pins of handicap.
Yeah, we got 3 guys on their double points that are still in it right now. Dick Wilms. Dick, although he would accumulate a lot of points, I don't think he's going to get enough events in to be qualified for that top 5. Jaden Kenny and Ben Medina all on their double points night. So let's see what happens here.
All right, we are underway.
But I'll tell you what, if Rob Kenny keeps floating it out to the arrows, lane 9 might be out of spec the next time the USBC comes around.
Is it really floating? Let's be honest.
I mean, that's fair. Chucking it out to the arrows.
So you're ready to do should have 1 and 2. We let you know it was on 5 and 6 as we saw Gallegos, Medina, and Sellers. Gallegos catching 46, Medina catching 12, Sellers catching 9. Tell you what, Sellers did not fear any adjustments to his averages. He's been bowling well. His average has been adjusted accordingly, and he's been throwing it even better. So,
yeah, and you know, we have him at a 218 average because that's the standard adjustment using the bowl.com conversion chart and everything off of what he's been bowling this year in the sweepers and everything. So, you know, it all is calculated out, and that's where he's at, and that's where he'll bowl. And I think it's a fair average to use. We'll
oh, absolutely.
Let him rock and roll.
There were zero. I've heard 0 complaints from any bowler that's been re-rated this year. So they know they're getting better. This series is making them better, and they know it.
And that's, when I have those conversations, I always tell them, it's like, you're bowling better, and that's good because you're developing, you know. But you have to keep the competition fair,
right? And
that's what it is, and it's usually an easy conversation.
Yeah. 9 and 10, Dick Wilms, Quick Dick, catching 33 pins. Rob Kenny catching 57. Ian Kloss catching 13.
I don't know if Dick's going to be able to stay up late enough to bowl the finals.
I don't know. Should we give him should we set an alarm for him before the 3rd frame?
I think we might have to.
Might have to.
I mean, I could use this alarm.
Oh, that's true. Sneak up behind him.
I don't need to be calling 911.
So the only player in the field that has 2 mulligans remaining, Ben Medina.
Ian Kloss doing his best Justin Sibilla impression.
Is there anything that is a good impression of Ben or of Justin Sibilla?
Yeah, just get your tow truck out and throw your left arm out the window. That's all you got to do.
Yeah.
Right? Justin, if you're listening, I know you appreciated that one.
So we've got Medina with both mulligans available. Wilms, Kenny, and Hoffman have a mulligan they can purchase. All other players got to deal with what they throw. No mulligans to recover from. A mistake.
It's funny how the mulligans like give you that safety net in the beginning, and then when you use them up, you get a little panicky. You're like, oh God, I don't have a mulligan anymore. Where in normal bowling tournaments, you never get that panicky feeling because you don't have them anyways. So.
Yeah, you don't have room for that mistake.
Yeah, just a fun twist we do. Alejandro missed.
Yeah, let's check in right there.
He just had 4 count because he went between the 6-10. Took out the 6, 8, 9, 10 on that shot. Whoops.
At least he was on a strike. And now Medina gets the 9 to go real late.
He had those pins moving back there, that's for sure. Is he throwing a purple hammer?
Medina? Oh, of course.
Well, I mean, he was throwing the pitch black for
last week
up the right side.
Yeah.
And then now he's like in the middle of the lane with something that looked like a purple hammer.
I thought it was a purple hammer, yeah.
Alejandro covering that mess that he left.
1 for 1 on the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7, 8. Uh-oh. And the mental mistake, you get the good break with the 9 falling, and Medina goes errant on the spare attempt. Check in on Ian Kloss, looking for the front gobbler.
Hey, he got himself back on the right side of the head pin. Attaboy, Ian.
There's 40 boards for a reason.
I mean, I let Ian know that because the final week of our sweeper series, which is, what's that going to be? That's going to be August 26th, that Wednesday. We're going to have Chad Kloss in the booth, and I've got the 2008 PBA card that's autographed by Chad Kloss that's going to go to the champion. Got that on eBay for like $3.
It's $2 higher than I expected to be. The shipping was higher than the price of the card.
Very true.
Gallegos stays hot, but he's got to figure out lane 5. It seems like all the players, Sellers having a problem with lane 5. He went 2, 4, 8, 10, then goes high. So let's check back in with Wilms.
Makes a cover there after he missed the head pin right on the first shot. So then Ian stepping up, looking to go front 4. I don't. Have we had Ian in the finals yet this year? I think we have.
Yeah, he missed a 10 pin.
That's right. Yeah.
And then he tied, and then Bequest beat him out 9-7 in the roll-off.
The roll-off. That's right. Oof, that was
ugly. No other way of putting it.
That finals was a good one.
Yeah, we've had several weeks when it comes down literally to the last ball. Last week with Emma Johnson and Ben Medina. Emma had a chance to lock it up, went high, big 4. All she needed was a mark. She knew she needed a mark, and then that let Medina catch the win.
Oh, Ian just whiffed that to the right. He doesn't have a mulligan either, does he?
No.
He does not. Both Ben Medina and Ian Kloss missing single pins. That could come back to bite them. With the front 3 and then a miss, not the worst thing in the world there. But
Medina with the cover. I don't know if he's trying to, be a hero and not use mulligans tonight. But I would have thought after that missing the 3rd, knowing you have one extra one to burn, use it. I mean, if he ends up missing the cut by 7 pins, you got to kick yourself in the ass for it. I mean, there's no other way of putting it.
Yeah, and that's, I'm trying to recall if Ben was bowling when we did the first mulligan event or not. But
I think he was, yeah.
Was he? There's a strategy to it, and
right.
If you're able to kind of judge the field pretty well and determine, hey, maybe this isn't a, I opened, but I don't really need to use it right here kind of moment.
Speaking of
bounce back for you.
Using a mulligan, we're going to see that, I think, for Hoffman right here, no doubt, as he can't afford an open frame, and he's got the big 4 staring him in the face. Miracle can, I think he's got Eric on standby right now.
Yeah. It's funny. I've had it happen before where somebody throws a shot like a big 4 or, some bigger split washout, something like that.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh, I want to use my mulligan. And I'm like, well, you can still throw at it and see if you make it.
Right.
And then they're like, oh, what the heck? And then they're loose and they throw it and they cover it and they're like, can I take that back? Like, yeah, you don't have to use it.
Yeah. So
Kentucky Fried Crisp busting out a Lincoln.
There we go. Attaboy. Wow, Sellers Sellers does not like lane 5. And Medina now 3 straight non-strikes. Once again, I think Medina, if he gets a strike on the board and doesn't double it up, I think that's a good time to burn a mulligan this late in the game.
Yeah, and when you fill the frame, it's hard to use that mulligan when you have confidence. Like, hey, if I just throw a better ball the next time, I'll be fine.
Right.
So
Hoffman put the big X on Hoffman. And he gets it to go. So talk about a well-played mulligan. Well done, Mr. Hoffman.
Yeah, and on his pair, he's got Jaden Kenny with a 4-bagger there, so he's feeling the pressure probably. Speaking of pressure, Rob Kenny's got to shoot another 10-pin.
Right. He's been making them tonight. It's pretty good. Kloss finds trouble again. Let's get over to Gallegos. Gallegos gets them all to fall.
Yeah,
that's a 3-bagger.
He definitely righted the ship there. He went 4 out of the last 5 after that split in the first. So could see Alejandro in the finals.
We're gonna go back. We're gonna go back-to-back Kennys here. 10-pin attempt by Rob, and then we'll get Jaden.
Do you think Jaden throws it twice as fast as Rob?
Rob at the open. Yeah.
Rob's at
11.2 was the first ball. So see if you can get the radar gun on the scoreboard down there on lane 2.
Rob Kenny busting out a Lincoln for D-Saw and in the efforts of getting himself into the finals.
Nope, only 17 for Jaden, so not quite double. See if Hoffman could take advantage of the mulligan and put a double on the board.
We should get
Sellers just opened. Missed a 10-pin you see on lane 6.
We should get Rob Kenny out playing pickleball with John Halaska and see if then Jaden will double his speed. Yeah, I just had a good question from the crowd. How many mulligans can you buy? And I limit it to one purchase, otherwise we'd be here till midnight 30.
Right. Like I said, I think we had a little extra time. I think doing
first one, $10
right,
second one.
right.
Yeah, Robin.
$20 third one. That's what I was.
Great minds think alike. I don't know. You guys getting together on great tournaments here at Country Lanes? Let's go.
All right, so Rob Kenny now using his mulligan. So the only players left with mulligans, Ben Medina with 2. And we're going to get over to Medina here in a second. Kenny makes his mulligan work with a strike. Medina ball change. And I think we've seen the last of urethane for that young man this evening.
Yeah, when it sits up and goes forward and doesn't shape at the pocket like you want it, it's time to get out of it.
Oh, Sellers finally gets one on lane 5, but it's going to be too little too late.
Yeah, he can max 201 scratch, and that's just not going to get him there.
So once again, your scores, courtesy of Lane Talk, do not have the bowler's handicap on them. We'll add those in manually for you. Once again, thanks to our friends at Lane Talk for everything they do for us here at Country Lanes through the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series.
Yeah, absolutely. I love the look of the Lane Talk live scoring. It makes for I might say myself a very professional appearance.
Yes.
Although the commentary may occasionally drift from professional, Lane Talk keeps us square. I bet Rob Kenny wishes he had a mulligan again.
Hoffman, boy, yeah, that open frame between the mulligan and that current strike, that's going to be probably the difference of him making the cut or making it to the top 4 and missing out.
I'll play hopeful optimist. I mean, Chris can finish 215 scratch, and he's catching 23 pins, so it's possible.
Ian Klaus, another great toss.
If Ian keeps it right of the head pin, he's fine.
Yeah. Gallegos with open frame, but he's sitting pretty. He's the kind of the one to catch right now.
3 count on a 4-bagger is not something you see every day. But that's why all ranges of abilities are welcome.
And Pergandy with the miss on the 5-pin.
That's the second one I've seen tonight.
I did my hand up because there's 2 hands on the keyboard to steer the ship.
It's like on the 10th week. We haven't figured this out yet.
Yeah.
D'Artagnan once again with a 10 back, but too little too late, unfortunately.
Yeah, I don't think 2-0 is going to make it out of this round.
You know, when Dick throws the ball and he doesn't like it, he looks like he's at the Peterson.
Yeah, Jaden Kenny finds trouble right there at 2-8-10.
Mr. Kentucky Fried Hoffman, I don't think he's going to make the finals. He didn't double there. He missed the head pin right once again.
Gallegos, is that right again? Yes, it is. And, yeah, you don't want to make the top 4 and go in with 0 confidence because you've thrown turds your last 3 frames.
Speaking of turd, Rob Kenny just put the old 2-4-8-10 up there.
So let's see what Medina's going to do here as he's staring at a 10-pin. Came up high, got a lucky break to leave just the 10.
But a good bounce back there, though. He resisted the use of the mulligan and put a 3-bagger up.
He hasn't used the mulligan.
He hasn't used a single one yet.
Yeah. I'm thinking right here he may consider it, even if he makes this.
Hey, Matt Gasson, you may want to screenshot this pair because both guys are wearing your logo. With Rob Kenny's average and handicap, he's not in the worst of positions here, even after back-to-back opens.
I think Medina's going to use, he's going to use a mulligan. So I kind of figured he was going to do that. He looked around at some of the other scoreboards. And he's still got one to take to the finals. I mean, it's no guarantee right here. As always, you have to restart the frame.
I was looking around for Pearson to help with that mulligan, but it looks like Robin's stepping up and getting her taken care of there. Dick was unable to put together a double so far in this
Yeah, he's only got
This
one
one
open
at
on the
9 and
board, though. So, I mean, he's on pace average-wise.
So
even
he's
though it's a little
almost
tougher
clean.
pattern.
There's a joke in there, right?
If there is, you feel free to finish it.
That's what she said?
Yeah. Hi, Leanne.
I'm probably going to get a text message in a little bit. You guys are dumb.
Oh,
That's what we do.
you're dragging me down with you. Okay. So let's see if Medina can take advantage of that mulligan here. And he does. Well played. Well played mulligan there by Medina. That's going to pretty much get him in to the top 4, and he's still going to have one left.
Yeah, he's. I was thinking to myself, if he could make it through without using either one, that put him in a pretty strong advantage with his ability and 2 mulligans.
Dick Williams just used his mulligan, so he's stepping up now, 8th frame. Trying for some redemption, and he does get some redemption. How about that?
We've seen some quality mulligan use here because Rob struck on his, Dick struck on his, Ben struck on his, Chris struck on his. So, I mean, can't use them much more effectively than that. And we're making money for DSOP.
Absolutely.
Oh, Alejandro with a pocket 7-10.
So Ian Klaas gets the 7 to go. We're going to see Klaas, barring full disaster in the 10th.
With a Hulk up.
The top 4. Oh, talk about a break of the night. If you had a mulligan left, I'd make you use it on that one, Dick.
There's a joke about ramming it straight through the middle there, but I'll let that go.
Dick rams it straight through the middle?
Yeah,
okay.
you know.
All right.
Trying to get the old Pat Sajak out of him.
Yeah, that was a good one the other night.
For those wondering what we're talking about, I saw a clip on Facebook where somebody on Wheel of Fortune said something off color, and Pat Sajak went, "Good night, ladies and gentlemen," and it sounded exactly like Phil. And I was like, well, I have to send this to Phil.
It was good. I got a good laugh that evening. Oh, Will, that needs a lot of help.
Ian covering there, puts himself into the 220s.
So Medina, 257. We'll see him in the finals. Dick Williams can get to 247 with his handicap.
Yeah, Ian can be 230.
Alejandro, 232.
238 for Ian with a strike here. Holy cow, Rob, what a strike.
Are you throwing like 8 pounds out there, Kenny, or what? It's like an 8-pound ball he's throwing the way up. Things deflecting when it gets to the pins.
I think Ian was throwing that hammer Zero Mercy solid, and that's, I kept saying all last season when that ball was out, if I ever defected from Storm products, that might be one that I would defect for.
Well, D'Artagnan Sellers are going to add another couple of points into his advantage over Steve Bequest and Emma Johnson. So, yeah.
Woo,
He's
Rob
looking good
Kenny
for that
10
stop.
back. That was a little better than the last one.
That was your best shot since 2012.
Sounds about right.
I mean, I haven't seen you throw a ball that good in a decade and a half. Honestly, that was beautiful.
As they say in
Everybody's in trouble in the top 4 tonight. I got to get this out of my system before the PBA this weekend because, that's a bad shot there for Jaden.
as Bill Murray says in Caddyshack about Rob Kenny. Oh, he got all on that one.
What did Jaden have with his handicap?
Let's see.
It just disappeared. By the way, your wife says hi in the chat.
Oh, howdy, wife.
So 231.
231 for Rob, 232 for Alejandro, 257 for Ben.
Yep, 238 for Ian.
Jaden
what do we got? 1 and 2. So that's not enough. So Jaden missing that spare, I think, is going to cost him because that was 9 out in the 10th. Yeah.
Yeah, all eyes on Dick here.
So let's see what Mr. Williams can do here. He's got to have the first one. What do you think there? Oh, money. Absolute money.
Is that a money shot?
Yes, it was.
All right.
Absolute money because he's moving up on the pay list with that shot.
Because we've got a 31, 32, 30, or 50, 57's in, 38 is in. Because Wilms can be 47,
Yeah,
so
Wilms
he would be bumping out Rob here.
Wilms just needs 8 pins.
Yeah.
On this shot. That's better than 8.
Yeah, because he'll be 236
Yep.
with sticks with
Yep.
the cover. So we've got Ben Medina, Ian Kloss, Dick Wilms, Alejandro Gallegos, because Rob 6 counted on his last ball.
232
be out
is
by a
your
stick.
number. Yes, indeed. So how about that, ladies and gentlemen? Let's hope we get this much excitement during the top 4 finals. That's coming up next. There is your championship pair at lanes 3 and 4. Kevin Meyer's going to get our bowlers ready. We're going to have a short little audio intermission here. And we'll be back from Country Lanes in Franklin momentarily with Week 10 finals of the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series.
All right, Sweet Rollers, results from our round of 9 tonight. Coming in 9th place, $45 winner with a 166. Congratulations, Artadian Sellers. Hey, it's better than nothing. 8th place tonight, $50 winner with 185 in the last game, Chris Hoffman. 7th place finish tonight, $55 winner going into the smart account, 186 in the last game, Will Pergandi. 6th place finisher tonight, 224 in the last game, taking home $60. Jaden Penny. And your 5th place finisher tonight, $65 winner, 231 in the last game. Probably regretting that 6 count in the end. Rob Kenny.
I'd like to play Poke Boy. Oh,
All right, top four. The cut number making it through 232 was that number coming through.
Hey, can I be the
As
last
originates from
week
1 to
in the
4.
booth?
Come on up here and
Hey,
which
guys,
league you would
Jack
like
in
to
the
begin
booth. What's up,
on
you
for
two?
this championship match tonight.
Welcome back.
Number one qualifier. He's been the number one qualifier every single round tonight. 257 in that game. Congratulations, Ben Medina.
Dude, I swear. I think
Ben also
I think
has
I'll
his
come to
double
the
points active tonight.
Right. Ben is
Number two qualifier, 238 for Ian Kloss.
placed in the world of bowling.
Number three qualifier tonight, 236 for Dick Wilms. Dick also double points active for the evening. And your number four qualifier, the cut number 232, Alejandro Gallegos. All right, top four bowlers. If I can get you guys out in front of the ball return on lanes 3 and 4, we'll get our picture for the Facebook recap, and then we will get our finals on tonight.
I just told him what happened. He hit me. Dude, no, it's actually it. I'm not. You don't tell me.
Bro, we should tell Ben the lore.
All right, there you see. Hey, can somebody get Dick a black shirt? He's kind of standing out. 3 black shirts and an old guy. Hey, the question is, are the 3 other finalists add their ages together? Is Dick older or younger? Let's play a game.
I got over, dude.
You gotta have a little fun while we're here, no doubt about it.
Finalists, don't forget, you've got the straight pins in the rack, in back. If you are 18 years or older, you would qualify for the American Place Casino jackpot shot if that straight pin comes up on the head pin and straight. If you 9 count,
By just a month, okay.
Straight pin and you're able to convert that spare, that is a spare roll, also worth $50 in free play at American Place Casino. We've got the belt, we've got the buckets, and we've got, I believe, what is it, 170 tonight, Robin, for first place. So we got lots to play for here tonight. Once all 4 of you guys are ready to go, you may want to double check with Dick because it might be past his bedtime. Once you're ready to go, you push the blue check marks, then next, and then play. And that's going to get your 3 minutes of practice going for these finals. Congratulations once again, good luck, and great bowling.
All right. Practice underway here for week 10 of the American Place Casino Summer Sweeper Series. Let's get you introduced to your 4 finalists. Ben Medina has had a dominant night, high qualifier in the opening round, and been near the top, and actually was the top in round of 18 and round of 9 action, so he's the man to beat right now. Medina catching 12 pins of handicap. Alejandro Gallegos will be catching 46 pins of handicap.
Can you give me more?
Dick Wilms will be catching 33 pins of handicap.
Is not
And Ian Kloss is going to be catching 13 pins of handicap.
I think your kids could bowl better than
And Kevin, as you mentioned, the prohibitive favorite right now All right, so we got audio. That
Hey.
we're back on. Sorry, everybody.
We're going to keep on rocking in
A
the free
little
world.
blip in the and our other camera's back. Yeah, it's kind of weird. I may have to re-diagnose this laptop after the evening's done.
You know, when you switch the camera there for that view that went back towards the bowling counter,
Yeah.
after I took down all the stuff because of redoing all the walls, it certainly looks empty.
It looks naked. It really does. It's like a mole rat. It looks like a naked mole rat back there. It looks like we have our 3 minutes of practice in, and everybody's going to be underway here.
But on the other hand, I am looking to keep it simpler and cleaner in here and not be so like muddied up with 7,000 beer advertisements.
Right.
So we'll see. We'll see what it evolves into here.
All right.
We're ready to rock.
Now remember, Lane Talk scoring is only your scratch scoring. So we will give you the scores with handicap as we go along. Of course, we always appreciate our friends at Lane Talk. And you can try Lane Talk for 30 days for free. Getting into the new bowling season, go to lanetalk.com and get all the details. Get your scores like the pros get their scores. lanetalk.com. And even if a center doesn't have Lane Talk like we do have here at Country Lanes, you can still keep track of your scores on the app. You can put your bowling balls in, what balls you're using at what bowling center to score well, and you can really get some insight into your game that's even more than just trying to use your memory. Yeah, it's a pretty cool thing.
It's very handy when you're looking at like, hey, what did I throw and how many of these shots did I cover and everything else without having to guess. It's very handy.
Ian Kloss is going to have nightmares about 10 pins on the spear again if he doesn't win, as he did a few weeks back.
See how the game progresses, but yeah, that's hearkening back to a less exciting time for him, I suppose. I thought we might see the 7 come forward into the 4 on that one when he shot at that Greek church.
Pretty
there.
close. Nobody's got a black shirt for Dick, huh? He's got to stand out here. Of course, I said we play the game. I said, I think our other 3 finalists, adding their ages together, are younger than Dick Williams because Dick's 81. He says he's 1 month younger than Stud Alaska. Ooh, and Williams finds trouble.
Well, and yeah, and Medina's under 18, Ian's under 18. Alejandro, if he's
30 tops.
I would say if he's 30, I'm shocked.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you can add all their ages up, and they're still not quite to the age of Dick
So
Williams.
the header on this week's post will be 3 black shirts and an old guy.
Oh, my gosh, there's so many jokes I could make right there. But
Here we go, Medina and
go.
a purple hammer again.
It's interesting that he went away from reactive, but that's a look he had on the round of 18, though.
Right.
Dick doing what he can to have a good count there and just move on to the next frame.
So the only bowler with a opportunity to use a mulligan, and he has to purchase it for $5, would be Ben Medina. But, of course, if $5 can get you how much for first as compared to second, that's going to be a well-invested $5.
That's what we like to call in the industry a no-brainer.
First place tonight is how much, Kevin?
170.
All right. Second place is?
Less than 170.
Right. So
I think it's 135.
Right. So there you go. Right there. You invest the $5. You get an extra 30 hours in return out of it. Yeah, that's definitely going to be worth it.
6x in your money is pretty good. That last shot that Ian threw, that ball certainly labored through the front part of the lane.
Oh, Ben Medina is going to get the win. Some American Place Casino free play for you, Kevin.
Come on, Ben. I got sound effects ready.
As this is a jackpot shot for $50 in free play at American Place Casino. There we go.
I'm coming down, American Place.
There we go. Nice toss there by Medina. He's looking to go back-to-back weeks.
Do you think that makes him nervous at all, knowing that he can't win?
I think he still wants to prove he can do it. I mean, he's got. I think that's his dad back here.
Yeah, it
his
is.
Mom is that his dad's here for sure. I know I've seen his mom in past weeks. So, yeah, unfortunately, can't pass it along. It just kind of goes to the wayside.
Yep.
But we do appreciate everything American Place Casino does for our adult bowlers here in this Summer Sweeper Series. And wow, Gallegos just finding nothing but trouble here.
Yeah, that ball was struggling to create any angle down lane, as opposed to this ball for Ian that's going to rip off the friction. He gets really inside on his release and is able just to create that maximum tilt. And with a strong it's an asymmetric solid that he's throwing. That ball is storing some energy.
So tough conversion here, 1-2-4, or pardon me, 1-2-10. Needs some help. Doesn't get it all the way across.
That's one of those ones that if you had that backup ball in your arsenal, it'd be a good one. Or just a really well-placed straight plastic shot, which is probably what you'd see more on tour.
To the security cam shot. We plug right into the system here at Country Lanes. We'll
call it the Fuzz Buster.
Do those things even exist anymore? Those radar detector fuzz busters?
I would say probably in a shadowy, dark back room of a police station.
I mean, everybody nowadays just uses Waze and just points out the cops wherever they're out there. I know I use that all the time when I travel. I have Waze going on my.
Dick says I may have opened in the first frame, but don't forget about me.
Yeah. Bounce back double, and as we mentioned earlier, he's catching more pins than anybody. Well, he's not catching more pins than Gallegos. Gallegos catching 46. Williams catching 33, Klaus catching 13, Medina catching a dozen pins of handicap because we do base it off of a 230 average. And it's 80% of the difference of the bowler's average and that 230 number. Boy,
he knew as soon as he let it go.
I didn't think there was going to be that big of a difference between 5 and 6 where Gallegos was just tearing it up in the last game of qualifying and the round of 18, round of 9, and 3 and 4. But yeah, he's just got air right now in 3 and 4.
Ian's really taking advantage of the 14 to 14 oil in this pattern where it's packed into the middle and he's able to kind of float the middle and just get it out just far enough when it sees the friction. That ball really rips for it. So Ben's trying to not go to the casino again. Let's see what happens here.
Kevin Myers is going to be putting 100 hours on black if Medina strikes here again.
I'm already shaking.
Oh, that's a double dribble, but gets it going. And there we go.
Honey, we might need another steak dinner at at American Place.
I'm sure she's already packing a travel bag.
If we need a travel bag for 45 minutes, I'm questioning if we have children that are young enough again.
Oh. That's, we're starting to work on the permanent facility. It is going to have a very nice hotel attached to it, and there are a couple of local hotels around there as well. Hampton Inn and Fairfield, Spring Hill Suites. So if you find it necessary to bug out for a little while, get your gamble on.
Mom, if you're listening, I need you to watch the kids again.
So let's see if Gallegos can find the head pin for the first time in a while.
Yeah, he was really sending him right, and if he gets like outside of 15, yeah, that ball is just never going to get back. Yeah, it's too far right.
Zero comfort factor. Well, and then here's what you got to top it too. You've got Medina with urethane. Here's reactive resin.
That ball's way right
for Klaus.
Oh, and it came all the way back.
Who's using the shim that Medina's probably developing a little bit there. And yeah, something tells me this is going to be a Klaus v. Medina final. 5 frames for the title.
So far, I mean, you can't count Dick out yet. That sounded like a golf term.
I was going to say I got past the red tees. And, the bad break on the wraparound. Just terrible.
And I promise that my sidewalls are up to USBC spec, as previously stated.
There you see Medina with that purple hammer. Gets everything to get. 3 pins are on the 9 pin. Something was going to take it down. You knew it.
Clean up on aisle 4.
Clean up on aisle 4.
So definitely not quite a bounce back strike needed here by Williams, but he can't afford an open frame at this moment. Watching Klaus and watching Klaus and Medina get out ahead of him. And yeah, that's.
But if you've got. 33. Yeah, he's only 20 pins more than the other guys, and so he's definitely chasing here.
Fall down.
So he needs the cut to come to him basically at this point. Far right of that there.
Boy, that ball's getting to where you think it would break at 43 feet. That's the length of the pattern, and it's just going longer. Yeah, you see, it's going longer on him. So the number of bowlers that used urethane earlier in the evening to keep it online and higher rev two-handed players.
Yep.
Oil transitions.
You got to move your feet right, get your hand up back of the ball a little bit more, and not let it sail out to the right like that and catch those wide 2-2s that are just almost nothing's going to come back from there.
5 in a row for Kloss. Make it happen. And Alejandro right now just thinking, what can I do to get out of the cellar?
Yeah. That
Needs
was a
help
much
to get all the way
better shot.
across. Ooh, just enough.
Yeah, let's see if the pin spotter can set up a stripe pin for either Dick or Alejandro.
Get him a little extra bonus free play.
And of course, the 10 pin is striped for guess who?
Yeah, he's looking to take it down to stay ahead in this match. Yeah, ooh. He has a mulligan.
He does have a mulligan.
He's
remaining.
the only player in the field that has a mulligan. And he's walking back already. He's not even going to. He can re-rack it right now if he wants, correct?
He can re-rack it now if he wants, or he can throw it if he wants. The mulligan is for your most recently bowled frame. So you can do whatever you want with it right now. You can throw it.
If I were him, I'd throw a second strike shot and then take the frame over. I mean, you made an errant shot.
Yeah, because your odds of making the 4-6 are pretty
Right.
low no matter
So
what.
so use the second ball you have available to you. Throw it again, aim for the 1-3 pocket, make sure what mistake you made doesn't happen again.
Mm-hmm.
I think, well, see, and he's going for a spare ball. I would have thrown a strike shot at it and then gone mulligan.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because your only real way of making the 4-6 is to breeze the
miracle
side of one
bounce.
of them or just an absolute miracle bounce.
Right.
So that's one of those where, yeah, absolutely, I would have taken another strike shot at it and then gone in mulligan.
Here we go. Dad takes out $5.
It's worth it if he makes it into first. Like
There
we
goes-
talked about
there
before,
go-
that's $35 difference.
There goes the allowance for the week. What was that? Yeah.
That's a good investment into the Sparta account.
Oh,
though.
absolutely.
If you can gain 30 or $35 by using the mulligan here, that'd be all right.
And not even just that. I mean, even though Dick and Alejandro are struggling, even if he gets a spare here, he might still be temporarily behind Kloss, but you still keep your distance on second, with second place over third and fourth.
Absolutely.
So let's see what Medina can do here. Will he get some redemption? A little farther right. Yeah.
Wow. Ben stepped up in the 10th frame, actually 8th, 9th, and 10th frame last week, and he got a 5-bagger, and it was just he's very good about keeping his emotions in check.
Right.
Like it's stone cold for Ben Medina.
Yep.
That ball needs to get right.
Wow.
It just it didn't have enough time to create any angle.
Somebody got a fire extinguisher for those fingers? We got to put out the fire on Ian Kloss's fingers right there. My goodness.
Hey, but we could party it up if we get
That's
a
right.
little jackpot shot here from Alejandro Gallegos. Let's go, Alejandro. Let's see some free play at American Place Casino here.
Come on, $50 for Alejandro if we can get there. We're rooting for him. We always like giving away the free play at American Place.
He got it to the
How
head
about
pin.
it? Come on. Yeah, baby. Yeah, baby. $50 in free play at American Place Casino.
My battery's going out on my sound effects.
Kloss gets one, and you talk about a tide turn. The mulligan held on to into the championship match, used to perfection by Medina.
That's like, I think,
And now-
the 5th or 6th mulligan in a row that we've seen somebody
Right.
mulligan into the strike.
Right. And now Wilms finds trouble, but manages to break up the split.
Let's see if Medina can capitalize on Ian's mistake here.
I'm still calling it a perfect game. In our format, it's still perfect through 6. Now looking to get perfect through 7.
Ooh, that's left.
Oh, and
it held.
Some of the puddle
Yeah.
that's been developed.
Boy, I tell you what, Ben, like we talked about before, he's been the #1 qualifier.
Talk to the owner.
Ben was the #1 qualifier out of the qualifying 3,
Yep.
the round of 18, the round of 9, and he's looking for the title. That is an impressive.
And he's double points.
And he's double points.
Can
That's
he
an
get-
impressive evening.
I don't think he can get past D'Artagnan Sellers, but he's going to be right on his heels. That one caves the 8 and 10 in. A little better reaction there.
Yeah, and Ian was looking like he was a little confused with that reaction, but that
Right.
ball definitely hung on the inside. He was creating a little bit more angle down lane before, so that ball, then when it sees the friction, it goes kind of a little bit more forward than it does create an angle, and then you risk that 8-10 again. Or if that's, your very typical flat 10 reaction there. But Ian's looking at possibly throwing a 256 scratch and not walking away with the belt here. Alejandro, Justin.
It is what it is.
Good friends now.
Just looking to get himself the difference between third and fourth with Dick Wilms in that battle right there.
Ooh, that ball got really wide. And it mixed them all up.
I think that's what he's looking for. I think he's getting around his own shim.
Yep. Oh, we got front 8 for Ben Medina.
And it's not a lock yet either.
No, it's not.
A lot of other weeks, that'd be a lock at this point in time. Oh, and the week 8 for Wilms. And now Alejandro with another chance
To get some Mo money.
to get some.
He can play Mo Mummy with that Mo money if he can get all 10 down here with another jackpot shot.
That's a great part about the extra prizes during the championship round with the Holtz Champions Bucket valued at close to $200 with all the Adams Polish products in there. The free play from American Place Casino that our bowlers can win. $100 right here. He's already got 50. He can make it up to 100 here. If Alejandro can get down all 10. What do you think, Alejandro?
Over the
Get
top
a break.
for 50?
Get a break.
Come on,
we were
no.
cheering him on.
Well, I got a sound effect for that.
Big toss here for Klaus to keep the pressure on his opponent.
It's a good ball.
There you go. Boy, he's just thinking to himself, how bad did I come out of that ball with that 8-10?
Yeah,
I mean,
like I said, it just went absolutely forward off the friction. It just created no angle.
Well,
Alejandro, conveniently enough, has a spare ball that matches the shirt he's wearing tonight. I'm sure that was drilled courtesy of Matt Gasson at Top Notch.
so Medina, if you were to go 8 spare, 9 would be 265. Guess what Ian Klaus can shoot with his handicap?
265.
Yeah. Medina didn't really like it. Wow, he had a big hop on that 2-pin coming off the sideboard, but there's the 4. We saw Medina miss a single pin round of 9, almost cost him making this round. If it wasn't for a late closing finish, he had to burn one of his mulligans in the 9th frame just to make sure he struck and locked up.
Yeah, let's see what he does here.
Punching in the 10th.
This is not a must spare, but he needs a spare to maintain advantage.
And he's on it.
Well, we set up for entertaining 10th here. So we've got, Ian Klaus can finish 256 scratch, which would put him at 269 with sticks. Ben would be 279 scratch, and he's catching 12, so 291. So Ian still needs some help. He needs Ben to open, and Ian's got to be able to put the pressure on.
Does he need open or just count? Because like I said, if Ben goes like 7 count spare 9, or Ian can still strike out.
That's true, yeah.
And win. So I mean,
well,
Dick made the spare. Trust me. Sorry, I was trying to count score and switch the show at the same time.
Yeah, and Ian's going to get the advantage to bowl ahead of him here. So if Ian can put the first 2 up, I would say that would push the pressure on Ben, but Ben has shown that he has nerves of steel, and it doesn't seem to affect him. That ball is going to go way left.
He was so tilted.
I feel like he rushed
at
that
the foul line. You're exactly right. He wanted to give it his all, and he just got to the foul line way too fast and just tilted left. And I don't want to see he just handed the win to Medina. I mean, he put pressure on him all the way through. He didn't exactly hand him a win, but it's not going to take much here in the 10th frame for Ben Medina to take home his 2nd consecutive
sweeper title.
And how is that going to pan out with the points race with D'Artagnan Sellers? Because tonight for Medina, double points. Scratch leader gets that extra point as well.
Yeah, he was the handicap leader, and I think he was the scratch leader as well. So that would be normally on a night with a victory. That's a 7-point night, so double points. 14 points.
It's going to be, if it's not a tie for 1st and 2nd, or really, I mean, it's going to be real close for Medina.
Yeah, and D'Artagnan got himself a couple of points tonight as well.
Right.
Yeah, we're setting up for a interesting last couple of weeks here in the sweeper series for that chase for who's going to be that #1 seed in the stepladder.
Yeah, I mean, that's a guaranteed $500, and you only have to win 1 game to take home $1,000. for the overall Sweeper Series title, and we'll get that camera fixed here in a second.
Ben stepping up here, creating the angle, putting 10 back. We're going to be putting a belt on Mr. Medina once again this evening. Quite an impressive night from the young man. Like I said, #1 qualifier in everything all night. Out of the front 3, #1 in the round of 18, #1 in the round of 9, and now putting the belt on in the finals. That is quite the accomplishment in this series because you got 42 other bowlers that anybody could step up and knock you down from that at any time, and it can be a minefield out there as far as what conditions you're going to see, who bowled on it, how you're going to throw, where you're going to stand, all that stuff, and he was able to navigate it the entire night.
Well, good place for that for Medina. Doesn't matter. And how about Dick Williams, man? 81 years young, and out here throwing it well and getting himself a top 4 finish.
It's like he's done it once or twice.
This is definitely the first top 4 he's made this season.
I think he had one earlier this season.
Did he have? I don't remember Dick making it earlier.
I'll have to look back at the records and let you know.
Guarantee you Dick has not shot at a 1-5 all season long. And looking to make this to finish it off. Not going to pick it up.
And just the fact.
Oh, I don't know. I haven't looked at the chat on YouTube. I don't know if Rocky's watching the show or not. Alejandro's worried about it. So, yeah, Alejandro, yeah, he's watching. He just confirmed your age. So.
He's always watching.
All right, Alejandro made it. Rocky, you got to be here next week with Alejandro making it for second time in a row. Ben Medina, our champion. We'll get him in the booth here, talk to him momentarily. Great bowling again, second week in a row. And we'll find out what his keys to victory.
Third place tonight, 201 in the last game, a $130 winner. Congratulations, Alejandro Gallegos. Alejandro, also, see Phil before you leave. 2 jackpot strikes, you got $100 in free play coming from American Place Casino. Second place tonight, 244 in the last game, $145 going into the smart account for Ian Kloss. Congratulations. And your winner tonight, back-to-back weeks with victory. Ben, as I alluded to in the booth, you were the #1 qualifier out of the first 3 games. You were the #1 qualifier for the round of 18, the #1 qualifier for the round of 9, so only fitting that you are the champion tonight. 281 in the last game, $170 going into the smart account. Congratulations, Ben Medina. All right, bowlers, next week we've got my friend Alex Nicolay coming into the booth to talk about his car care business, so we'll have some fun, some products, and some giveaways for next week. Pattern, haven't figured that one out yet, but I'll figure out, post it on Facebook for you. Check out that post when it comes out. We'll see you next week.
All right, there you see Ben going out getting his champion's picture taken once again with our champion's bucket from Holtz Motors in Hales Corners. Thanks again to Holtz for their support of this sweeper series. And we'll be talking to Ben Medina in just a second here.
I think you have 14 points coming in the standings. scratch qualifier and the high handicap qualifier, plus 5 for the victory and double. So that's a good evening of points, my friend.
All right, now joining me in the booth for the second week in a row,
Okay, Johnny, big up.
Ben Medina. And Ben, same ball as last week, Purple Hammer?
I used the pitch black last
Oh,
week.
that's right, pitch black. Yeah. So you stayed in urethane. We saw you go to reactive when you were on 5 and 6, end of that game. You used a well-placed mulligan, made sure you got yourself in the finals. What was the difference why you went back to urethane on 3 and 4?
So that was the third time I bowled on 3 and 4, and I had 260 and 280 with the Purple Hammer earlier.
Okay.
So I just tried it in practice, and my look kind of was the same as earlier.
Now, Ian Kloss, I mean, he pushed you. There's no doubt about it. Was there something the way that Ian was playing lanes that kind of helped you stay in that? Because he was using reactive, you're using urethane, and sometimes, like, if we see EJ Tacken on a TV show, he loves it when the guys use urethane because he gets the bounce at reactive. One shot difference, and it's a whole different match if Ian gets that 8-10 out late in the match. Were you playing off his line, or were you a little farther to the right than him to make sure that urethane would bounce back?
Yeah, I was a little bit different than him.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you were kind of just going around the shape he was trying to make.
Yeah.
Cool. Another weak possession of the belt. Another Champions bucket from Holtz Motors. Thanks again to our friends at Holtz for that as well. Did you break into the bucket last week? Did Dad have you break in the bucket?
I did not. We looked in it, though.
Hey,
I got a truck you can
I
wash.
was going to say, hey, Dad, is he going to break in the bucket this week? He's got 2 of them now. You got to get there. We go.
Oh, yeah, we got the fist pump from Dad.
You got week. If you don't have you better find bowling tournaments to bowl. Otherwise, he's going to put you to work with that car. So, yeah, I mean, great job again. You get yourself in contention for the finals for the top 5. You're definitely in the top 5 right now. 3 weeks to go. You have a chance to make that opening Brew City Bowling Show of our new season. If you stay in the top 5, have you ever been on TV before?
Just tonight here.
Just tonight. So internet
Other
TV, but not
times,
over-the-air TV. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, you got a pretty good chance to make your first ever TV show. And
you might be overtaking the lead from D'Artagnan, too, because with the double points tonight, because he gets a point for the top scratch qualifiers, top handicap qualifier, 5 for the victory, double points to 14. So where earlier in the season,
Kevin's taking his shoes off to count all the points.
Yeah, right. My math degree says otherwise. But, we didn't think earlier in the season that anybody was necessarily going to be able to catch D'Artagnan with the run that he had. But here we come.
Okay. And anybody you want to thank out there for the win second week in a row? I mean, it takes a team to get you out to the lanes. I mean, obviously, we've seen your dad here the last couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Anybody else you want to thank?
Matt Gasson at Top Notch Pro Shop. Thank you for drilling my bowling balls and supporting me.
Okay.
And H5G.
H5G as well. So, yeah. I've got my Junior Hall of Fame tournament T-shirt on. They've already announced it November 8th for that great event. You're going to try to get a team together for that as well. So, did you bowl last year?
Yeah, I did.
Who was your professional or Hall of Fame partner last year? Do you remember?
I don't remember who.
Don't
he
remember?
was.
Okay. So
I bet he bowled better than him, though.
the Hall of Famer never to be seen again.
Right.
So, well, hey, we've never had somebody do 3 weeks in a row.
That's true.
I'm sure Ben will be back next week. 3 weeks in a row, possibility. What are we doing for a lane pattern next week, Kevin? Any idea yet?
I don't have the pattern picked out, but we are going to have Alex Nicolay with us in the booth to talk about auto detailing and his businesses and everything he's done there. He's a league bowler here at Country Lanes and somebody I've known for quite a long time. Excited to get Alex here and have him get some exposure for his business as well. So
his mom's Lynn, right?
Yes.
Yeah, absolute sweetheart of a woman.
Yep.
So, yeah, it'll be good to talk to Alex next week, and we'll see how many more strikes Ben's going to throw next week and try to make it 3 wins in a row. Ben, congratulations once again.
Thank you.
So he's Kevin, he's Ben. I'm $2 Phil. Parents take the kids bowling because they're going to have fun for life. Watch the PBA this weekend on 10 on the Deck YouTube. I'll be in Minster, Ohio, bringing you the Kremer Roofing Classic. I'll be back here next Wednesday and then right back to Ohio for the
if your car can get you there.
My car will get me there. So we got the backup. We got it all set already. So my friends at Holtz taking care of business once again on our vehicles, making sure we're in tip-top shape for our travels. We'll see everybody next week here, Country Lanes. Good night, everybody.